parts of sub-Saharan Africa where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and SOUQ Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, SOUQ Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year, 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Tourism and fashion are more interconnected than many realize. For a country like Nigeria, with its rich history of textiles, fashion and culture, tourism presents an enormous opportunity to showcase and promote local arts while stimulating economic growth. Nigeria, a treasure trove of local textiles and traditional apparel, could leverage its relatively untapped tourism industry to market local destinations, attract tourists, and create a thriving ecosystem for fashion and textile exports. Tourism at its core is about experiencing the culture of a place, and what better way to express culture than through the local fashion? Nigeria's fashion industry, with its globally recognized textiles such as SOUQ, Adire and Ankara, have already started gaining international recognition. In today's news talk, I will be examining ways of fully harnessing the potential in Nigeria to merge these elements in a way that boosts both sectors. I am Bayo Olaoye. Fashion is often one of the most immediate ways for tourists to engage with the culture of the countries they visit. For example, in countries like Morocco and India, tourism and fashion are intertwined. Morocco's bustling souks are filled with traditional rugs, kaftan and jewelry, attracting millions of tourists who want to take a piece of the culture home. In 2019 alone, Morocco hosted over 12.93 million tourists, with a significant portion contributing to the fashion and craft sectors. Similarly, India's rich textile industry is a significant draw for tourists, where silk saris and handcrafted block-printed fabrics are sold globally. Nigeria's fashion scene, with designers such as Deola Sego and Lisa Folawiyo making waves internationally, presents an untapped reservoir of potential. Lagos Fashion Week, for example, attracts international buyers and fashion enthusiasts, showing that the local fashion industry already has global appeal. Nigeria can do more to blend this momentum with its tourism sector to promote local destinations as fashion hubs. Nigeria, with its vibrant cultural heritage, is in a unique position to follow in the footsteps of other nations that have successfully integrated fashion into their tourism strategies. The global success stories of Rwanda, Ghana, and Kenya illustrate how cultural fashion tourism can drive not just international attention but also local economic empowerment. Nigeria already has cultural festivals like the Durbar Festival, the Osun Festival, the Eyo Festival, and the Ojude-Oba festivals and others that attract local and international visitors. By integrating fashion showcases into these events, Nigeria can highlight the beauty of the traditional garments like SOUQ and Adire, while offering tourists a first-hand experience on how these fabrics are woven and dyed. This could be similar to Ghana's Chale Wote Festival, which blends street art, music and fashion to engage thousands of tourists and drive local sales of crafts and garments. Nigeria could introduce fashion tourism tours, offering visitors curated experiences where they can visit textile markets, witness the craftsmanship of traditional weavers, and purchase unique handmade fashion items. A model for this can be found in Rwanda, where tourists are guided through cooperatives producing umusambi silk, adding value to their travel experiences while promoting local business. African countries like South Africa have successfully used destination marketing to promote its cultural sectors, including fashion. Nigeria could market cities like Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Shagamu, Kano, Zaria, Sokoto as fashion capitals in their own right, celebrating local crafts and textiles through dedicated campaigns aimed at international visitors. Tourism's potential to boost Nigeria's fashion industries go beyond cultural appreciation. It will create jobs and drive export growth. The Nigerian fashion industry currently is worth an estimated $4.7 billion, still has untapped supply chain opportunities that can benefit from the integration of tourism. If Nigeria were to promote local textiles and fashion through tourism, it will create jobs in sectors such as textile production, garment design, and retail, helping to reduce unemployment and strengthen local economics. Countries like Ethiopia has shown that textile production can be both a job creator and an export booster. The SOUQ Tex initiative, which promotes sustainable, eco-friendly fashion, has led to increased global demand for Ethiopian garments. Nigeria could emulate this model by highlighting its sustainable practices such as the eco-conscious dyeing process used in Nigeria textile production and marketing them to an international audience. Countries that have successfully integrated tourism into fashion provide a clear blueprint for Nigeria. Kenya transformed its Maasai SOUQ cloth to an internationally recognized symbol of Kenya culture, drawing tourists who purchase Maasai-inspired fashion items that contribute directly to local economics. Peru has a thriving tourism industry around its traditional Andean textiles, with tourists visiting local villages to see firsthand how alpaca wool is woven into intricate patterns, creating jobs for thousands of women. These success stories show that fashion and tourism can coexist and flourish, creating cultural appreciation and economic growth. Nigeria's path to leveraging tourism to its fashion industry is clear. By integrating fashion into its tourism strategy, Nigeria can attract international tourists through cultural festivals, fashion weeks, and market tours, create thousands of jobs in textile, fashion, design, and retail, boost exports of locally made garments, attracting global market for authentic handmade fashion, and drive foreign exchange and strengthen local economics. Tourism can be a gateway to unlocking the potential of Nigeria's fashion industry, and in doing so, showcase the vibrant culture and creativity that defines the nation. With the right policies, Nigeria can transform its textiles, fashion, and apparel industries into globally recognized symbols of African innovation, while creating a sustainable future for its people. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Michael Adiwale Onofuyi. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuyi and my mother Alice Mimonat Onofuyi. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I had my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working in the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland houses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business. I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I've got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books. He's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, maybe that was that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer. The church has got an accountant. It's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own source of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs that I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church. But the principle is, we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling. I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I ended up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay. Are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I've got to go to, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I'll give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, we are there. They are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first word I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. So of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see, after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there, but God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I work with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God through me established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my possible, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing, and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising, and the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is your sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's word upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life. Because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. And I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, is to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Wow. Of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to, you see, he said in this world you will see tribulation, but be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many. So, but yes, two people will be going, one will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ. And the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion. Even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually, there's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling, it's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onafuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onafuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief, and one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child, but at the same time it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges, and that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
Cocoa has more than tripled in cost over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
We are not playing because power. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But now on a protest, not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of inputs and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, good morning, and glad to have you join us on that program that sets the pace for your day. You know, that program that gives you sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. Always my pleasure to be your host. I am Femi Ayodele. We started with news update where we're given the latest update by Timmy, and we must thank the news team for setting the pace this morning. What a way to start the show this morning. Don't forget, it's your show. And today we'll be looking at, Davos in the desert. We'll call it a special summit, the Future Investment Initiative, which is the initiative of the Crown Prince and an avenue for global leaders, world leaders to come together to see the investment opportunity in Saudi Arabia. That will be the thrust of our conversation today. And shortly after, we'll look at the move by the federal government to de-dollarize the Nigeria economy as some other nations, the BRICS nations, the wave is in the air and that revolution is here. And so the need to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy is coming to the table. And the Minister of Finance is giving the indication that the federal government is looking in this direction. Don't forget you can be part of this conversation. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media for your voice to be heard. I'm not alone on today's show. Lesson is here to also help you start your day and give you a productive production for today. How are you today?
I'm great, Femi. Good morning.
Good morning. You seem not to be affected by the price of bag of rice worth about 100,000 naira.
105,000 ranges from between 105,000 to 130,000. Well, I just know that at the end of the day, we'll still get to buy a bag of rice.
It bothers me when you have a staple item, which is also one of the most common when it comes to Nigerian diet, that's 50 kg of bag of rice, that's over 100,000 naira. That's far above the minimum wage.
Yes,
and
it
calls for
drowns
concern.
the minimum wage because it means if you want to buy a bag of rice, let's assume that's what you earn, 70,000 naira, and you do not pay rent or you don't pay fees for kids or other things. So it means you need to earn 2 months' salary and take out 105,000 naira from that to buy a bag of rice. Or if you, as someone who has a high taste, you want to go for premium, then you buy for 130,000 naira. I'm just wondering what happened to the local production of rice, during the administration of President Buhari, when there was much talk and even government channeled much effort towards encouraging rice production. So what has really happened to that? We know that the cost of power right now is on the high side, but is that all there is to it? I think it's high time some discussion is had with rice farmers, and government need to do more because, like you have said, it's a staple. The demand for rice in Nigeria is very high. In every home you go to, rice is a choice food. So it's really something that a lot needs to be done about. Well, away from rice issue, because if you belong to the Christian religion, you know, when say man shall not live by bread alone. So let me copy from that and say man shall not live by rice alone. So we'll leave rice alone and move on to other issues. Now, one of them is the de-dollarization move, which is not something that only the BRICS bloc is about. The Nigerian government is also looking to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy as the naira has taken a great fall against the dollar. We'll bring you that conversation as we join with a guest who is Ambassador Williams Wallace. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I am fine, Ambassador. I'm happy that you don't have to bother about the price of a bag of rice right now.
Why not? I will prefer not to spend that kind of money. So why don't we go towards organic food? Let's have organic food, bananas, yam, plantain, potatoes. We need to wean ourselves away from the bags of rice. As a matter of fact, I'm not a big rice eater. I prefer to have the nice solid food that keeps you going for the day. A good plantain with some fish or meat or anything else could keep you going more than rice would. You know, as you eat rice, within an hour you're hungry again. But if you have something heavy, like pounded
I'm sure that
yam,
many people want to go your route at this point in time because it's become very expensive. Well, let's get to the de-dollarization move of the federal government. Ambassador Williams Wallace is the chairman, African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So looking at the de-dollarization move of the federal government, you would have noticed that the Nigerian economy has become much dollarized. Now, people want to, even within the country, people want to price their services and goods, maybe for some uniformity if they have international customers. They tell you this cost XY dollar for you to purchase or for you to get that service. And you're wondering, I am in Nigeria, why are you charging me $8?
Absolutely. Well, remember I predicted, I think it's maybe about 3 interviews ago, that Nigeria will be looking as one of the currencies, to de-dollarize as well. And I said it was important for them to hedge against what was happening. The standard that has been established, world reserve, is the US dollar. Thank God now it has arrived that we have an alternative. But because it's the reserve currency, everybody is measuring their local currency against the reserve currency, which is the US dollar. And when they do that, to buffet against the fall of the naira, that is all that they can hold on to. However, there is now a choice. And countries which have been hit by the strength of the dollar against their local currencies will now be able to have an alternative to ensure that they can maintain some balance with their own currency. So it's a good thing now for BRICS to have happened and Nigeria to seriously look at joining the BRICS de-dollarization, because otherwise we will be strangled by the dollar versus the naira. You see the rate at which it's going. After President Buhari came in, it was what, at 460, 470? We're now talking, quadruple the amount and falling rapidly. So we need an alternative, and I think people now have to look at trading with other currencies like the BRICS currency to ensure that they can maintain some balance against the volatility of the dollar versus their local currency. As I said before, it's always that the dollar is used as a weapon. That's the strength of the US dollar. It forces you to trade against their currency. And when you do that, you are going to get hit, with your local currency, always. And therefore, people will be asking for the dollar, and the pressure will be on them because every day, as the rate changes, you see that you're struggling to keep a rate and the race between your devaluing currency and the only, at the moment, before BRICS came on, the dollar.
All right, good to see you again, Ambassador. In our previous conversation, you predicted the evolution taking place now with the expansion of the BRICS, and now the revolution is here in Nigeria. We never expected it's going to come so soon, but you predicted you are far becoming a seer now, and that's why we've sought after you for this kind of conversation. Now that the Minister of Finance has given a direction that the federal government is making move to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy, what do you think should be the starting point for the Nigerian government, knowing fully well that our reserves, like you said, and which is the truth, is in dollars? What will be the implication for the Nigerian economy? And if the move is going to become a reality, what do you think should be the starting point for the Nigerian government?
Well, the starting point is the mainstay of the Nigerian government. What is the mainstay of the Nigerian government? It's oil, it's gas, right? Those are the mainstay. And that is where you'll get strangled. The current petrodollar of Saudi, Qatar, and all the Middle Eastern countries have decided to join BRICS because they know that the US dollar, the petrodollar, which it became known as, has been hitting them very hard. Therefore, the Nigerian government must first join those nations who are oil producers to go on to an alternative currency so that they are not subjected to the weaponization, of their economy with the dollar. It's used absolutely, as I said it before, it's used as a weapon to keep you in line and to keep you utilizing the US dollar. If you keep to that, your economy must be affected because the mainstay of your revenue is oil and gas, which is very high. It's almost 70% of the income of the country. Once you are tied to the dollar for the sale and expenditure of your oil, then you are going to be hit very hard. Now, the other countries who are saying we are going to join BRICS to ensure that we maintain our economies and keep the strength of our economies going and the strength of our local currency, we have to de-dollarize. So they are fast moving to the understanding, and I'm sure Wale Edun has looked at it and realized that, look, hey, our economy is based on oil and gas, and the dollar is a weapon, the petrodollar. We have to move away from it. So it's a sensible thing to do. As I said before, Nigeria may sit on the fence. I didn't realize they will join so fast and want to join so fast, but it's the right move because if the major aspect of their revenue is on oil and it's dollarized and they move away from that, they have the opportunity to trade with their own currency, with the BRICS on a much more on par parallel than what is happening with the dollar. So it's a very wise move. They will have a basket of currencies, which is what I have advised. They should have a basket of currencies, include the dollar in that basket of currencies, but not make it the mainstay of their trade, which is oil. Because if they do, they will find themselves economically really, really badly down, and the country will suffer like we are at the moment.
As a matter of policy, what should happen to support this move to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy? For the minister, coordinating minister of the economy, Wale Edun, he did say that business people are being encouraged to invoice in naira rather than in dollars. But as a social issue, there is also a trend, a new trend, where at parties, people would rather spray the dollar than naira in a way to try to evade penalties for spraying money at events. What should happen to also curtail that? Does it matter?
Well, what they are doing, in a sense, is also de-dollarizing, because they're saying that this is now a currency that we can give away. These are people, are very few, very, very few. They are among the elite, and they have that money or extra money to spend. I don't know how much they do spray, but I wouldn't think it'll be more than $1,000 at any event. It is another man's currency that they are spraying, so therefore you can't penalize them. But I'm sure they will limit themselves like good Nigerians would do. They're not going to overspend the little that they have in the dollars, unless those dollars were ill-gotten and they can use it anyhow. But if that's the trend, you have to say that they are just avoiding penalties. And if they were going to give 50,000 or million naira out at an event, it's better to just give $1,000, and yeah, you are away from the penalty. But that trend does not have any effect on the economy. It's just them with their little change that they've got in dollars and the strength of the dollar, giving that away at events. But it's very few and far between. How many people in the country would be able to do that? It's just a few. It has no effect on the overall economy. It's a trend, but it's a trend, what I'll call fashionista trend. Oh, I've got dollars, and my dollar is stronger than the naira. Fine, but how much of that? Will they give away $100,000? I doubt.
All right. There are those who are concerned about this move to de-dollarize the Nigeria economy. And the question from this set of people is, what alternatives do Nigeria, it's available for Nigeria, knowing fully well that the most ideal way to de-dollarize the economy could have been to encourage local production. So what are some of the concerns that could come up with the move to de-dollarize the Nigeria economy as regards complementing it with the encouragement for local production? How much of impact will that make on the move to de-dollarize the Nigeria economy?
Very good question, Femi, and a very good idea. Buying local means you're trading among yourselves. As I said before, and I made that point before, let's have a drive to buy local, because you're using your local currency. And like the Jews, you let the money circulate many times around in your exchange and barter for goods and services, and that will strengthen your local currency. Then you also have the opportunity, like China and others, where you have unilateral relationships, and you can use they allow you to use your naira to buy their goods and services, and you pay also in their currency. That sort of unilateral trade, which is the type of trade that BRICS is going to allow hard-hit nations the ability to use their local currencies to trade with the BRICS currency, is the way to go to strengthen the economy of the Nigerian space, and they strengthen the naira as a currency as well. So buying local should be the mantra of the minister, the coordinating minister of the economy. To drive that process means that the government has to enlighten, they have to encourage, they have to also provide the environment for a local production. There's no reason why we should not be producing our own rice, as we said we did in the last administration, and start paying for it in local currency, so that you lessen import, because with import at the moment, you have to look for the only means of exchange, which is the dollar, which is absolutely hard to come by. And you're paying a penalty for it every day that your naira devalues. So it has to be a drive to buy local and encourage people to buy local, so that they spend the local currency among ourselves. trade and barter for services among ourselves. That strengthens the economy because you are not forced to look for and buy a currency outside, which is penalizing your own economy and your own currency. So it's a good idea that we go after buying local, strengthen the local economy, strengthen the local currency, establish unilateral exchanges with countries that want to trade with Nigeria and will allow you to pay in your currency and use theirs. That also establishes and strengthens your economy and strengthens your currency. I mean, I already mentioned before that China allows you to pay in Naira for your goods and services in China. You know, the Igbo traders and other traders go to Guangzhou, they pay in Naira. And, you know, that is a very good thing for the economy and for our business people and business services here. I expect that if we join BRICS, you could also pay for your goods and services in Indian rupees, paying Naira, and they also paying in rupees. So that sort of what I will call round rubbing with the BRICS nations and their currencies allows you the freedom to pay in your currency and avoid, you know, the penalties of a one weaponized dollar regime, which affects your economy and affects your currency. You know, we have to move away from the dollar as the main. I'm not saying that you don't utilize it still, you have it in your basket of currencies, but as the main reference point, because it has the ability, because it's the only currency, it's demand and supply, because it's the only currency that is now being used as a reserve currency and also as a petrodollar. You are forced to find it, to use it, to buy it, because it's still a, you know, supply economics. You have to buy the dollar. And every time that you have to buy the dollar, you've got to find the quantity of Naira against which you buy the dollar, which is a devalue and a devaluing currency. And as I said before, all the African countries have that penalized, weaponized currency against them, the dollar. Simple.
Now, since this is a common problem in Africa, we've often talked about having a common currency in Africa, but that seems to be a long way for the achievement
Not
of that.
so long away.
In the
I'm
interim,
on my way.
Africa itself doesn't trade much. Africa as a continent doesn't trade much with itself. But for the little trade that happen, what kind of consensus needs to happen for what Nigeria is able to do with China to be replicated within Africa? So if Nigeria is trading with Ghana, whichever country is making the payments, the currency of that country is accepted.
To Zambia. I have just been invited by the AU to come and talk about a standardized currency for Africa. I am leaving this morning right after I finish speak with you. I'm heading to Zambia. I will share with you the forum. And that forum is to look at the intra-Africa trade, the standardization of a currency for intra-Africa trade, and also for the trust and the economic drive of the ACFTA and the use of a common currency for it. So I'm heading there right now. I'll be able to report back to you, or from there, the mindset and the thinking, because they have realized that the African Union has realized for the ACFTA to take off, which I said before, we need to have a standard currency. And that is absolutely now being talked about this week in Zambia, Lusaka. I'm on my way there.
Standardization. Let me paint a scenario for you. So this happens with some businesses in Nigeria. I made earlier I said that you find a situation where, because some have both international and local customers, so they want to have this standard price for goods and services, and it's pegged at a certain dollar. And it becomes a bit expensive for even the local customers to afford, because you're basing it on the dollar. And if they have to pay in Naira, then they must give the equivalent of the Naira to what is being charged in dollars. How do you find a situation like this? If the government is encouraging invoicing in Naira, what other step can businesses take? They may say they find it hard to give different prices. This is in Naira, this is in dollar. But is there a way to achieve standard when a business has local and foreign customers that they do not have to dollarize payments?
Well, it depends on the relationship that's been established with the foreign customers. Where are they? Are they in China? Are they in India? Are they in Brazil? Are they in Europe? You know, some sort of parity has to be established. Once you've been able to establish a parity of your currency because it has become a strong currency, then you will be able to less the pressure on your own currency for trade. Currencies fluctuate all the time. You always have fluctuation of currency, but it is how strong is your currency and your trade economics. That has to be worked out. In other words, if we go, as Femi and I just discussed, towards strengthening the local economy by trading, intra-trading within the country, and the Naira stabilizes, then you can invoice very well knowing that, you know, you have a parity that is, you know, movement between, you know, that standard of your currency is no more than, you know, 3 to 5%, then you know that you can hedge towards your international customers. But if it's falling rapidly, as it is now, and you don't have an established relationship with those countries and their currency, then you're in problems. Then you're going to have trouble.
Right, before we allow you leave for Zambia, maybe this could be an opportunity to have, you know, a bite of what some of your lectures or keynotes or you're expected to talk about in that conference. Let's talk about Africa when it comes to the issue of the local currencies in Africa. You're aware that when it comes to performance, you know, the local currencies in Africa, you know, they are struggling. Now, from your observation and given the fact that you prepared a lecture for this conference, what are the common challenges or problems you found out as regards the demand for local currency and the performance of that currency, which is peculiar to African nations?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, we do not have a common currency, and that is going to be my keynote. We need to go towards a common currency. We need to establish a continental central bank. And we need to also embrace technology and go digital. Those are some of the key areas that I will be speaking about. It's important now that we have the digital quantum leap, and it has been proven in Kenya and other parts of Africa that we can have a digital currency and work effectively. That has to be implemented, and we have to standardize it, and we have to work with our own settlement system. PASS, one of them, right? And also we have to have a continental central bank that now accepts that the currencies must be collapsed into one standard currency for Africa and use technology, digital blockchain to do transactions which are traceable, which are monetized, and which are accepted as the standard medium of exchange. So those are some of the key parameters I will be talking about and around, and I have solutions, as you know, and those will be exposed at the forum. It's 3 days, 4 days of talk with the African Union and members of the African Union and, you know, invited financial institutions on the continent and countries. And so I think we should have a good outcome because they have realized now, and the key thing, the keynote in these talks, the trading and the takeover of the African Free Trade Area. And I had always said it before, it cannot happen unless and until we have a standard means of exchange, collapse the rest of the weak currencies that we have in Africa, which is among the 55 countries, we have almost 40. You know, it's not feasible. It can't happen. You must take that quantum leap like we did from analog telephones to digital, So that is going to be the future for Africa. And thank God we have now BRICS, which has given us an alternative means of relating our currencies individually versus, the individual BRICS countries' currencies, and also the means of exchange and settlement. They are bringing that about, which I had predicted. And of course, they're going to be using technology as one of the means of making sure that everybody is on a parity and a parallel same platform, using their own platform. And that is going to help places like Cuba, Haiti, others who are joining and are being pulverized by the effect of the dollar.
Other BRICS, the 2024 BRICS Kazan summit in Russia saw discussions around the potential use of cryptocurrencies to facilitate the de-dollarization move. What are the pros and cons of this option?
Well, the cryptocurrency has been established. For me, it is still a very volatile means of exchange. As well, it's not backed by any reserves, right? We, at the moment, Africa has the strength to have, their own crypto backed by reserves, their own currencies backed by reserve, a standard currency backed by reserve. So, for example, the Binances of this world and the other cryptocurrencies, right? They still have to be, in the main, proven that they can be backed by foreign and local reserves. That tells you that this digital currency or crypto has some strength. Now, the Russians could probably say that, and the BRICS nations can say, that's why they bought up a lot of gold, that they have enough reserves of, gold and other resources that can back their crypto. And I believe that is where they are going. So I would say that is also another, what I would say, another mix in the basket of trading, that we can do crypto, we can do it on blockchain, and our crypto is backed by the reserves of gold that we have and other raw material resources. When you combine the other BRICS nations, they can say the same. So you can find that their crypto, as unlike the other cryptos of Bitcoin, etc., is backed by and could be shown that is backed by a feasible, tangible set of material reserves, gold, diamond, oil, whatever. At the moment, the cryptos that are in that space is not backed by anything. It's just like the dollar is picked out of the air, and you just use again, you just use a non-backed means of currency and exchange and trade. So the difference for me is that Russia is surely saying that, look, our BRICS crypto is backed and can be backed by trillion BRICS exchange reserve based on our raw material resources combined.
All right. If the move to adopt crypto in a move to de-dollarize, the economy becomes the order of the day, how do you think the problem of regulation, which is largely peculiar to digital currencies, could be avoided now in a situation where you have more nations, adopting it? If that becomes a reality, the issue of regulation, which is very peculiar to digital currencies and sharp practices, what kind of framework can be put in place to ensure that this is managed or controlled?
Well, they have to. The BRICS nations will have to have a central regulating authority on their cryptocurrency that gives confidence, because money and currency is always confidence, and safeguards the intra-trade using their cryptocurrency. And I am sure they have thought of that, and it will be regulated. So everybody who has joined the BRICS currency will know that their transactions are safe, will know that the cryptocurrency they're using is managed and legally accepted, and you have also fallback. So if something goes wrong, you know that you have what I will call an ombudsman in the regulation of that means of trade and exchange. You must have, and they will have thought of that, and you have to have recourse. But blockchain, what I can tell you, you can track your transactions, properly. You can see it's like a digital signature and imprint. Every transaction can be tracked and can be realized that this is what I used to pay for this, and here is the audit trail, the digital audit trail of that transaction. And that is one of the good things of going that route as well, in that it's traceable, it's trackable, and you know the outcome, in that you've seen where that crypto fingerprint went, where it left, what time, etc. That is very important. We don't have that now with local currency. You trade and you buy, and it's just a free-for-all. But with a crypto currency used for trade and services, it's trackable, it's traceable, so you know when, what time, and who did what with who. That's the important thing. And I'm sure they're going to have regulations to ensure the safety of the transaction.
Okay, so the question would be, why consider crypto after the much talked about BRICS payment system? Does it suggest that there are potential challenges or anticipated challenges for the BRICS payment system?
All right, let's look at it militarily. You have to have options. If BRICS could be attacked from a hacking cyber point of view, because a lot of their systems will be reliable on technology, I would suggest that the BRICS are thinking of a backup. They're looking at all the options, to ensure that they back up their own currency, who might be attacked or who might have teething problems. But look, we have an alternative, and that alternative is also acceptable. So I think it's a means of safeguarding the novelty, the newness of BRICS. And since crypto is now becoming an acceptable form of trade, transaction, and savings, right, for individuals and for moneyed people, they have said, okay, let's also put into our basket of currencies, right, of our own currencies, crypto as well, because crypto is now an accepted currency and means of exchange. So it is wise to now put crypto in. They've put their yuan in, they've put their ruble in, they've put their rupee in, and they're also now embracing other people's currency. It is also a backup. It is also a backup. So I think militarily, they know that they are going to get attacked. And if they are only relying on just their settlement system and just their means of exchange on their BRICS standard currency, they're going to be hit. America is not going to sit down and allow them to run riot around the world. They are going to attack them, I'm quite sure. So putting in crypto as well, which safeguard them from the hit they may encounter, is a wise move to have a basket of hedged currencies, including the crypto.
Well, the BRICS revolution is challenging the world order, quick as expected. But what do you think could be the political, angle to these and the diplomatic route that could arise as a result of this move? Will it further lead to a kind of divide between the global south and the global north? Here you have Russia widening its influence, to the global south to ensure that more African nations are adopting this payment. And here you have a Western system of payment that has been in existence. Do you foresee any political or diplomatic row in this regard, and what can be done to douse this kind of formidable tension?
Tell me, it's a war. It's a trade war. It's a diplomatic war. It's a political war. They are all three involved. And it's about winning the minds, hearts, and soul of the nations of Africa and other poorer nations who have been crying out for an alternative. So there is going to be, right, a divide. The divide has happened anyway. I mean, 70% of the world's economy is with the BRICS nations. And if they start trading internally, it's a war. It's a trade war. Politically, they are going to also fight. Whoever becomes the president next month in the United States, that would probably be the number one thing on their front burner, right? Then diplomatically, everybody is going to make moves to convince and try to sway the countries that are going to join BRICS, especially Africa, whose reserves in raw material resources they want. So the war is on. The war was on. This is just a real game changer and paradigm shift for poorer nations, Africa, Cuba, Haiti, India, other places where they need to have an alternative means of exchange and to breathe economically. And so this is now the three-pronged war that you just spoke about, because it's a war, diplomatically, politically, and economically. You know, it's a trade war. There's economics involved. There's losses involved. I mean, what's going to happen? A lot of American businesses are not going to be able to use what they were using, the strength of their dollar, to enrich themselves. They're going to have to rely maybe on Mexico. They're going to have to rely on their other near markets to ensure that they can, and they'll be forced to employ more trade among themselves. You know, the country itself will trade among itself. They will trade with their near markets of Latin America and Mexico. You know, so it's a trade war that the balance has tipped. And I think that's what they're seeing. The balance has tipped because of the strength, the combined strength of the BRICS nations, and more are joining, including Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is very key, very, very key, because of the strength of the country's oil reserves, the strength of the population as a market. So the war has started, and for Nigeria to jump straight away to say they want to de-dollarize, that's to tell you there's danger signs ahead. And Nigeria has to look out as well, very much so. And they must be careful, you know, how they tread this path, you know. So Nigeria, look out as well. Let's make sure we make wise choices.
Talking about making wise choices, there have been advocacy for Nigeria to become part of the BRICS nations, but recently Nigeria, alongside 12 other countries, was added as partner countries to the BRICS nation. Though not a member yet, but do you see partners alongside Nigeria? You have Algeria, Bolivia, Cuba, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Thailand, Turkey, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Vietnam. Why not just make them members? What's the idea behind this partner status?
Course, if you're looking at the process, they obviously have a process. They already also have a means of how would you join and how would you be able to enjoy the relationship. So it's like recruiting, you know. Do you have the wherewithal to maintain the relationship when you join? Are we convinced that you will stay? You know, because also you don't want sabotage. You don't want people joining and then suddenly they rock the boat, because that's another part of the diplomatic war. They can join and be instructed, look, you know, pull out after a year. And, you know, you have 2, 3, 4 members pulling out, right? And suddenly the idea of BRICS is weakened. And people start to get shaken, because don't forget, currency and money is all about confidence and trust. So if there is mistrust, people will be saying, oh, Malaysia left because they didn't like the way the trade was going and the regulation was going. Indonesia left because of this and that. Uganda left because of this, etc. So they have to screen the members who are coming in and make sure that they are in for the long ride and will be there to support the combined currency and the combined nations standards that they would have established. For example, do they have the infrastructure? I mean, digital infrastructure. You know, those are all key things. So they will be asking, we would like you to standardize your platforms. We'd like you to standardize your digital infrastructure to meet up with what we have. So there's a number of factors that are being considered for partner countries, because don't forget, these other countries are not as advanced, should we say, use a word, are not as advanced as those BRICS nations who have very sophisticated.
That's maybe all we can take with our Ambassador Wallace, as the internet connection there has been disrupted. Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Williams Wallace, the chairman of African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as we looked at the de-dollarization move of the federal government of Nigeria as the naira has taken a great fall against the dollar. Well, that move is also what the BRICS bloc is about. And let's see how it happens for the BRICS, with the BRICS payment system and the option of using cryptocurrency to facilitate the de-dollarization agenda. Let's take a break and return to look at the Future Investment Initiative, the one they call Davos in the Desert.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And if you're just joining us for the first time, you're at the right place at the right time. Earlier, we started the conversation looking at the move to the dollarized Nigerian economy as the federal government is looking in that direction, just as the BRICS nation is fast becoming a force to reckon with. And now to our second big story, which is to look at the Future Investment Initiative, which is popularly referred to as Davos in the desert, an investment initiative meant to bring global leaders and world economies together to look at the initiative being put together by the Saudi Crown Prince. Joining us for this conversation, we have Sam Oruje, who joins us in the studio. He's a public affairs analyst. Glad you have joined us this morning, Sam.
Good morning, Femi. Good morning, Blessing. Thank you. A pleasure to be here.
I was expecting good Nigeria, good
SOUQ.
All right, great one. So let's start with this Future Investment Initiative, which is popularly referred to as, Davos in the desert. Let's start with that name. This summit has been on for years. Would you say it has actually achieved the purpose intended with the way to open up or diversify the economy with the Saudi Arabian economy, and then the fact that it's being referred to as Davos in the desert, what implication has that brought to the organization of this conference over the years?
I think, let me begin by saying that if you look at the number of delegates for this year's Davos in the desert, we stand over 7,000 delegates, shows how popular this initiative is, and tangentially is looking at investment opportunity in emerging markets, particularly in the Middle East, even though the Middle East is troubled with tensions here and there. But the investment climate in terms of oil and gas is very large. Therefore, if you look at the delegates and look at the popularity of that initiative over the years, it has been able to bring business leaders, even from Nigeria. Last year, Tony Elumelu was in attendance in that conference. And to that extent, you know the importance where business leaders meet investors and people are able to broker some deals, particularly in terms of investment opportunities, in terms of investment financing. If you look at it from that perspective, therefore, that initiative has been meeting the requirement of would-be investors and those who want financing for their businesses.
Now, if you look at the theme of this year's Future Investments Initiative, like the common theme, rebuilding trust. So the world is seeing much polarization in recent time, and that too has affected the kind of interaction that countries have with themselves, alliances and bilateral trades. But at a summit like this, where you have, like you said, about 7,000 delegates, and they're focusing on rebuilding trust, what do you see that results into in terms of cooperation amongst countries and growing the economy?
If you look at it from a global perspective, within the international system, there's always tension, realignment, and to that extent, therefore, particularly in the Middle East, that has been dealt with a lot of tension in recent time. The issue of rebuilding trust which is a minimum threshold in terms of collaboration in business, even in personal relationship. Trust is very critical. Therefore, the theme of this year's Future Investment Initiative is to rebuild trust, the broken trust, particularly between the global south and the global north, and particularly with the uncertainty in the Middle East in particular. So a team like this will be able to energize participants, investors, and those who want financing to be able to see a commonality of interest in terms of the investment opportunities in emerging markets and how we can grow that trust in a way that becomes sustainable in terms of future investment, which this conference is all about in the first instance.
Now, still talking about the theme, if you look at the choice of word, rebuilding, that means, that gives an impression that there's a divide and there's what we call trust deficit. Let's look at the Middle East, where you have major crisis happening, and then this conference is taking place in that region. What are the call to actions that you expect that the stakeholders will put together to address the issue of trust, the distrust that's, greeted nations, and also will further divide, regions if this is not addressed? What are some of these call to actions that you expect in the course of this conference for this trust deficit to be addressed?
All right, I won't call it a trust deficit, in my view. What is important here is that, like Blessing asked earlier, when you talk about tension in the Middle East and the uncertainty that has beclouded that area or that region for a long time, there's a hope in terms of business opportunity in spite of those tensions. So when you say rebuilding trust, there's a trust that had a bit of challenge based on political tension. But then in terms of business opportunity or economic opportunity, that landscape and that opportunities do exist in spite of those challenges. So the conference theme is to address what you might call some gaps. I wouldn't call it a trust deficit, like the way it's seen from our own local environment. But then they are trying to position various investors and those financing options that are available, particularly in Saudi Arabia, and that this is an investment heaven. You have financing options. So if you move your investment into the region, in spite of the uncertainty in some area in the Middle East, and the clamor for a third world war, that is not likely to be, as long as diplomacy is used to resolve some of those tensions. So to that extent, therefore, I think the organizer are just trying to navigate in a way that you can build more understanding, more collaboration, more trust, so that business can be sustained in that region.
Now, for a summit like this, where you have global leaders present, you have entrepreneurs and different investment firms there, so it's going to be like a place where you have different ideas coming out and innovations. And there are also markets that are targeted in this kind of summit. Last year, we saw how some emerging markets were really the focus and some were able to position. Africa has always been part of that market that they focus on such in a summit like this. So yesterday, it was about building bridges to highlight unique investment opportunities in Africa. This was the focus yesterday for the summit. So the question is, how should Africa position the continent at a summit like this to attract the type of investment that will grow the economy, that is beneficial to African continent, and not the status quo remaining where it is just people coming in to tap primary products and the continent remains underdeveloped?
Beautiful question. I think for me, what is important at the continental level is that the African Union must be strategic in terms of how you can attract investment into Africa. So this kind of conference provide that kind of opportunity. So leaders must be strategic in terms of the presentation rather than focusing on primary product. To what extent can you bring investors or investment into Africa that can take advantage of this primary product rather than pulling them out? They should focus more on investment where the raw materials can be exploited in Africa to create some value in terms of employment, in terms of finished products, and sustaining the value chain in some of those industries. That's at the continental level. At the level of entrepreneurship and other investors, to what extent can they attract some massive investment into various sectors that are very productive in Africa, so that we can get those investments in, so we can energize economic growth, which eventually will improve on economic prosperity of the average citizen in Africa. So for me, more of financial diplomacy should be deployed by leaders who are at that conference, and to see to what extent can they attract more investment in the emerging market. And the organizers, from what I read, is that Africa is a major focus, and they're trying to bring that desert, Davos in the desert, even the African version will come up next year. That means Africa as an emerging market is a beautiful bride to some international investors, and we hope they're able to take advantage of that scenario.
You know, it's always important to solve a problem. It's important to first of all identify the problems. Now, in rebuilding trust, let's identify some of the issues or the challenges associated with rebuilding trust among nations, especially in the Middle East. What would you say are the various factors fueling this mistrust among nations? And in rebuilding them, what are the areas you think should be focused on in a conference like this in order to strengthen the synergy that is expected among nations, rather than the divide or the division that we're experiencing now?
Well, this conference is a people-to-people conference, not government-to-government. Government-to-government has more responsibility in terms of diplomacy on how we can reduce tension, particularly in the Middle East. But people-to-people diplomacy is equally important in international diplomacy. So where government fail in terms of trying to resolve crisis and tension, people-to-people diplomacy can be used in terms of key leaders, key entrepreneurs who are into financing, into businesses, can bring to bear some impact on governance, and see how people can be used to reach out to warring parties to see how they can resolve this issue. But then the issue in the Middle East dates back to 1948, and the various interests, particularly the West, are not really true to the kind of diplomacy that they want in the Middle East. That makes it difficult, particularly the role of America in siding with Israel over the years. What people in the international arena call mounting democracy, whereas you're not democratic in your very nature, in the way you do things. So if you side a country against the other, there are a lot of peace initiative. The Oslo Peace Initiative of 1983 was a broker, a peaceful coexistence, asking for a two-state solution, but that has not been achieved. As long as you continue to drive a certain segment of people underground, they will react negatively. Until we come clean in terms of international diplomacy, particularly the crisis between Palestine and Israel, as long as the West continue to pay some lip service in the conflict resolution mechanism, the issue will continue to be there.
Now, this is one summit where policy leaders are also in the room, and so there is the battle for influence towards policies. So it's interesting to note that Tony Elumelu, chairman of the UBA Group, will be speaking at this year's Future Investment Initiative Summit. And so he will be co-chairing the New Africa Summit at the 8th edition, which is holding this year. And they will be speaking on Board of Change Makers, Banking and Investment. So how does this make you feel that it has gone beyond African leaders, African business leaders, just playing at the background, but also at the front, championing causes and pushing for policies.
Personally, if you look at Tony Elumelu, he has an economic philosophy that energizes Africa in terms of driving growth and development for Africa. So he has an initiative where he supports entrepreneurs to grow business, particularly medium and small enterprises in Africa. Therefore, as a business leader, he has been in the forefront trying to canvass investment opportunities for African nation. He's speaking at this conference focusing on the African Summit that was supposed to have taken place in October earlier, but which has been moved to next year. Then this, speaking to banking and investment, to would-be investors who will come into Africa, is trying to calibrate the kind of investment opportunity, particularly in the banking sector, where investors can bring in money and see how we can grow small and medium enterprise. So I think it's a welcome development that is speaking at that summit, and he has been at the forefront of African economic development with his concept of Africanpreneurship, which he has always engendered with his foundation over the last 10 to 13 years.
All right, now let's look at the impact of this summit to the host of this summit, Saudi Arabia. It's been the desire of the Crown Prince, to open up that space for investment and for future investment, also see a way to diversify the economy of Saudi Arabia. Would you say that the purpose for organizing this kind of initiative has been achieved? And what would you describe or foresee as the impact of this kind of conference over Saudi Arabia when it comes to its economy and then investment opportunities?
If you look at it from the perspective, this is the 8th edition of that Future Investment Initiative. And year on year, the number of delegates to that conference has increased. This year is about 7,000 delegates. That speaks volume to the importance of that ecosystem. Saudi Arabia is known as an investment haven in the Middle East. They have a sovereign wealth fund that is in millions of dollars, and they've always tried to provide opportunities for people to come and invest, in spite of the initial misgiving when you use the word rebuilding trust. There were some issues with Saudi Arabia in the past, particularly their position in terms of international terrorism and others, and their role in the Middle East. Therefore, the conference in its 8th edition shows that Saudi Arabia continues to be an emerging market. It has the resources, it has the investment to sustain financing for some other people. To that extent, therefore, I think the initiative has lived its usefulness, and it will continue to do that, particularly in a situation where they even want to come to Africa. That means there's an opportunity here as well, and let's see how business leaders, political leaders can take advantage to re-engineer the processes for investment sustainability in Africa.
Aside from countries being able to tap from this summit, what would be the benefits for businesses?
Well, it's a place where investors meet people that has financing. To that extent, once you're able to get in contact with various businesses, therefore, there's an opportunity for you to have some negotiation in terms of who can finance specific projects, whether you're talking about renewable energy, whether you're talking about banking and investment, whether investment in other sector, where you see entrepreneurs, even angel investors will be at that summit, where people can pitch for their businesses to the extent that they can get financing. And that's the reason for that Future Investment Initiative, trying to create an ecosystem that will sustain investment in the future by bringing people together to discuss various opportunities, challenges, and how they can be financed to grow their respective businesses.
You're aware that Africa has always been the favored, right, when it comes to having for investment. So how do you think Africa can replicate this kind of initiative in order to attract more investment, and knowing fully well that the Davos also is thinking of having an extension of this summit in Africa? What kind of impact will that make on the continent?
The continent already have various kinds of initiative to drive in investment into Africa. To what extent as these various initiatives bring about results in terms of investment outflow, where the continent is bedeviled with a lot of issues of corruption, transparency. The ease of doing business is a major challenge. So it becomes a big problem. But then if some other people are seeing the opportunity that exists in Africa and they want to bring that future investment initiative into Africa to drive the level of investment in Africa, to be a welcome development to add to other initiatives that we have within the continent. So I'm sure that if they can drive 7,000 delegates to a 3 days conference, therefore, if we have a version in Africa, if they are able to drive 30% or 40% or 50% of that delegate into the system, and we can translate that into investment opportunity, then the future is bright for Africa.
So this is not the only economic forum that takes place globally. There is the Davos conference, which is the World Economic Forum that was very popular before the Future Investment Initiative began. This is the 8th edition. What do you think has kept it growing from inception, that this is the 8th edition and you have about 7,000 delegates converging at one point?
I think the Davos Economic Forum is a larger forum. Therefore, I think the organizers of the Future Investment Initiative find a way to localize, permit my word, localize means try to see how they can focus more on emerging market rather than the global architecture that is large. Sometimes some of these other investment initiatives are subsumed into the global political architecture that will not impact so massively on emerging markets. So if this is the 8th edition and year on year, the number of delegates are growing and the number of deals that are struck in those conferences are equally increasing. Therefore, I think this is a microcosm of the larger Davos, and that's why they call it Davos in the desert, looking at the Gulf states, the Middle East, within their particularity of businesses, and people can now focus more in the investment initiative for the future in that area. I think that's the philosophy and the vision of the organizer to focus more on the desert.
Now, one of the issues that is going to shape panel discussions and side meetings in this kind of conference or summit is the crisis in the Middle East, and most importantly, what is going on between the war between Israel and Hamas. Now, what kind of influence do you think this kind of panel discussions or side meetings will have on the ongoing war? Will it make any impact?
It does. When you talk about diplomacy, government to government, which I mentioned earlier, where you have multilateral agencies, government to government, trying to broker peace initiative. But what is even more important lately is called the track-through diplomacy, which means people to people. What it means, rather than using government channels of communication, you use entrepreneurs, use business leaders to broker deals, using their influences based on their investment, particularly in Israel, maybe in Palestine, and see how they can use that personal initiative to broker deals, reaching out to individuals, channels, beyond the official levels of communication. So therefore, some of the sideline activities, we see how business leaders can use their influences and investment to broker some peace initiative underground that are not known to the public, and see how those track-through diplomacy can be used to resolve the crisis. But it's a difficult crisis that has been ongoing since 1948, over 70-something years. This crisis has been on, and the West often play a lip service, like I mentioned earlier, in terms of conflict resolution of this international dimension, or two-state solution, which has been proposed by the Oslo Accord of 1983, dealing with a two-state solution so that we can resolve that crisis.
Follow up to that, it's been talked about in public lectures, in international meetings, two-way solutions. But why do you think it's been challenging to implement these two-way solutions, given the ongoing war between Israel and the stance of the Prime Minister of Israel, who is bent on ensuring that Hamas is destroyed? Will it be at this point easier to go to the two-way, the two-way solution, implementation of a two-way solution, given the level of damage, given the level of humanitarian crisis that these has resorted to at this level? Is that a possibility?
As long as the United States of America continue to support Israel against that two-state solution, the end of that crisis remain to be seen in the nearest distance. And one of the challenge of the United Nations system, where the permanent five are finding it difficult to push an agenda that can bring about that solution. And you have shuttle diplomacy, Secretary of State Blinken always going to that region, meeting Arab leaders, at the detriment of the issues of Palestine over the years. And I think Israel, to a very large extent, in my view, has been overbearing in terms of the way they use a military might against the Palestine, while Hamas, on the other hand, taking people hostage as well, will not equally resolve the solution. But I think the world needs to come clean in terms of how this conflict will be resolved. I once had a friend that told me somewhere in the Middle East sometime in the past that the day the crisis in the Middle East is resolved, maybe that's the day of Armageddon. That shows that both parties are not really true to that fact. So, but let's continue to press for government-to-government diplomacy, people-to-people diplomacy, to see how we can de-escalate the conflict to a level that we can manage it. I don't see a resolution in sight quickly, as long as double standard is used as a diplomatic weapon in the international system.
If we look at what the FII, which is a Future Investment Initiative, is doing for Saudi Arabia, the organizers of this summit, and what the delegates stand to benefit, it seems a win-win situation. So yes, the delegates come, they discuss. They also find opportunities in Saudi Arabia, which is diversifying its economy and building greatly in the tourism sector. If Africa is to have its own version of the summit, are there key things that Africa needs to do so it's not just an activity of people gathering, but really they're able to reap gains, just as Saudi Arabia is reaping gains? If we look at even the visitors coming, how that boosts their economy?
No, I think for Africa, when that summit comes in here eventually, I think at the continental level, we need to drive the levels of infrastructure that will sustain investment in business. Number two, the ease of doing business is very critical. Then Africa equally need, as a continental body, need to develop a sovereign national continental fund that can help to bring investment to the country. Just taking initiative from Saudi Arabia, their national sovereign fund is in millions of dollars, and we are not able to do that, particularly with oil and gas in this part of the world. Some of this money has been taken away by leaders who are highly corrupt. There's no transparency, no accountability. So if you look at what oil and gas has done for Saudi Arabia, you look at the state oil gas infrastructure that has been there for so many years. You're talking about NNPC not even able to manage its own resource. Over the years, it declared losses. Why that Saudi Arabia petroleum company year on year has been declaring profits, and they have a portion of that money thrown into investment, which comes back to the country. So until we are serious in terms of accountability, transparency, infrastructural development, and be able to have the courage to place a demand on the people coming from the global north to invest, and insisting on the kind of percentage of investment in Africa, then it may be difficult to be able to benchmark Saudi Arabia.
Given what you've said now, it seems to me that Saudi Arabia has succeeded in shielding itself from the ripple effects of the crisis in that region with its investment initiative in tourism, oil and gas, and the rest of that. What is a need for other people in that region? And then what will be the position of Saudi Arabia in de-escalating the crisis in that region?
I think they are doing something. I think Blinken just had a meeting with the Arab leaders a few days ago. So they continue to play a strategic role in terms of balancing peace initiative, but it's a difficult thing to do. But then they will continue to find a way to speak to the Arab brothers to see how peace can be sustained. But then America need to come clean on the peace initiative. And since Saudi Arabia is an ally to the United States of America, let's see how they can use government-to-government influence and people-to-people influence in trying to de-escalate the crisis and see how peace can be sustained in that region.
It's not only for business leaders. The summit is not only for business leaders and policy leaders. It's also for those in the academics, because there will be research, data will be unveiled to some businesses that they can use. How will this benefit African institutions, and what do you think they should do or should have done to be able to key into this type of summit that is not only focused on business, but also on research?
Yeah, research is very critical to investment decision making. So some of the academics that who are delegates at that conference may have some research findings that investors will be interested in. So it's an opportunity to pitch some of those research findings that are investment friendly, so that people can invest in those areas. So if those business opportunity and those research findings are okay, some people may take them from the shelf into the industry, so that some manufacturing, some production processes can be taken place in Africa, particularly in the Middle East, and some places where these research findings can bring profitability for investors.
We've often talked about connecting the town with the gown. How do we achieve that connection in Nigeria?
Yeah, what we need to do is, there are a lot of research findings that are in the shelves in the universities. So, number one, to achieve that is to see how the academia, in particular, those who are into research, then even the curriculum of the university must be designed in line with the current realities of industry. Therefore, some courses as projected by the World Economic Forum by 2030, some of these academic disciplines, they may not be able to find job in the marketplace. Therefore, those in the academies must work in reality, designing courses, research finding must dovetail into technical research that can impact society. So once this research can move from the gun, as is called, to town, in a manner that investors can translate those research findings into some tangible business plan that can sustain other businesses, then we can bridge that reality. I think most of the universities are coming to reality with this new initiative, and some architecture in terms of redesign of courses in line with industry practice is being organized by the National University Commission in conjunction with some of the university. You can see some industry establishing some innovative center with some universities. Like at the University of Lagos, you have about 3 or 4 industry innovative centers trying to see how they can replicate some of those things into their industries.
One of the issues penciled down for discussion in this kind of summit is also Vision 2030, where nations are expected to reprioritize for this vision to be a reality. Now, how can this kind of forum be utilized to create what I call a new narrative in achieving the Vision 2030?
Are you talking about the Sustainable Development Goal?
Yeah.
2030 is just a benchmark line for planning purposes. Just about 6 years to that timeline. Some of the targets within the 17 Sustainable Development Goal, some of those targets have not been achieved. If you take the clock back a little, you had the Millennium Development Goal. Some of those things were not achieved, and we came with this Sustainable Development Goal. But for the purpose of trying to create a sustainable environment for the world, then some level of achievement has been made. But I'm afraid some of those initiatives will be difficult to achieve, particularly goal number 1 and goal number 2. When you talk about poverty and hunger, if in Nigeria alone you have over 104 million people at the last count, multi-dimensional poverty. So you look at the issues, how that goal can be achieved in the next 6 years. Then the Global North is not even helping the matter. They make some pledges at some of those diplomatic conferences, and at the end of the day, they don't live up to those expectations. There's another climate change conference that is coming up in Azerbaijan sometime in November, middle of November this year. Some of those issues will be brought to bear again. And when you talk about climate financing, another initiative talking about a mix between traditional energy and renewable energy, Africa continue to suffer in terms of those promises that are made. But hopefully, let's see whether we can achieve some milestones. But if you look at the various targets within those goals, some of those targets has not been touched, in my view.
Will this conference be a good avenue to canvas for a paradigm shift or a new narrative?
Since there's a financing option, investment financing option, I'm sure that some investors will be able to broker some deals in terms of climate financing within that conference. The percentage and the volume of what the conference can achieve vis-a-vis the global sustainable development goals remain to be seen.
Now, wrapping up with this, I'll go back to Tony Ilumilu's speaking at the Future Investment Summit. What benefit could come from this for the Nigerian banking industry?
I'm sure there will be other chief executive of Nigerian banks that will be at that summit who may be there to see how they can attract some level of investment into their industry. So to that extent, therefore, once people are able to broker certain levels of deals, those deals will not come into Nigeria and they translate into economic prosperity once those investments find their way into various sectors. So as those who are financing investment, they will be there as a broker between some specific industry and those investors at that conference. So when you're able to balance that mix, then there will be hope for banking and finance in Nigeria.
For Nigerian representatives who are in this kind of forum, what kind of partnership or deal would you expect them to broker for the nation? And what would be the impact of that for businesses?
I think the conference is not government to government, like I mentioned. People are going there as entrepreneurs. People are going there for investment opportunity. People are going there for financing options. So they come as individual organizations. So they come to broker deals for their respective industry. So when those deals are successfully brokered, then those investments can come into the country. And once those investments come into the country, then it can improve on the economic prosperity of citizens. Because once those investments come, they will create employment, they will create some loan portfolios for small and medium enterprises. So when they are able to tap into these investment opportunities, then it will help in economic growth and development.
Many thanks, Maria Ujie, who's a public affairs analyst, for joining the show today.
Thank you.
Well, for the business delegates, policy leaders, all present in Riyadh for the Future Investment Summit, the 8th edition, I know that's a room full of people looking for opportunities and also looking for where to put their money. Companies are there. So at this point, they may not need, maybe who you're pitching to may not need a long sermon. This is where the elevator pitch comes very, very important. So you can, in that short time that you're able to interact with the companies or the business partners that you're targeting, you get to drop it as quick and as hot as it should be, and then you move on to the next. This is the show for today. Many thanks for watching. Like, share, and comment. Of course, you're free to do that when you get onto social media pages. The handle is at SOUQ News TV, and you can have a recap of the show still on our channel on YouTube. It's still SOUQ News TV. I am Blessing Age. The show returns tomorrow. You know the time, 8 a.m. West African time. Market Insight comes up at 11 here on the channel. Have yourself a wonderful day.
All right, this is where we call it a wrap. And as the federal government is making moves to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy, it's also important for us to complement that effort by patronizing locally made goods. Buy Nigeria, use Nigeria. That's the slogan. But beyond being a slogan, it must be a practice, a way of life. This will help in the move to de-dollarize the Nigerian economy. Don't forget, early exchange will return tomorrow, bigger and better. And for those who missed the earlier conversations we've had on this show, you can do a catch-up on all our social media platforms. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The United States of America, having seen 46 presidents in its history, is on the verge of electing a new leader. As a global superpower with one of the world's most stable currencies, America has enjoyed economic booms and led the way in innovations, among many other achievements. As fierce campaigns continue between the candidates of the Democrats Party Kamala Harris and Republican Party Donald Trump to secure the exalted seat of Mr. President for another 4 years, it is essential to take a look at some of those who have ruled the most influential nation of the world and how they did it. We begin with Bill Clinton.
The sights and sounds of this ceremony are broadcast instantaneously to billions around the world.
The 42nd President of the United States. His presidency was marked by a booming economy and landmark social reforms. Clinton's administration saw the longest peace time in the history of the United States of America. Under his leadership, Unemployment dropped to its lowest levels in decades, and the federal budget balanced for the first time in 30 years. He also reformed welfare, expanding healthcare for children through the state's Children's Health Insurance Program (SCHIP), and signed the North American Free Trade Agreement (NAFTA), which reshaped trade with Mexico and Canada. The 43rd President, George W. Bush, faced one of the most defining moments in modern American history: the attack of September 11, 2011.
What came down though? What came down? We crashed. The other trade center's down. It's down. It's down.
In response, Bush led the country through the war on terror, launching military campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq. While controversial, these actions aimed to dismantle terrorist networks and promote democracy. On the domestic front, his administration passed the No Child Left Behind Act, aimed at improving educational standards across the nation. In 2009, Barack Obama became the 44th president, breaking barriers as the first African American to hold the office.
And doubtful about what we can achieve, to put their hands on the arc of history and bend it once more toward the hope of a better day.
His presidency came during a global economic crisis. To stabilize the economy, Obama passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, pumping billions into the economy to save jobs and stimulate growth. His most enduring legacy, the Affordable Care Act, known as Obama Act, which expanded health care coverage to millions of Americans. He also oversaw the operation that led to the death of Osama bin Laden in 2011, marking a pivotal moment in the war on terrorism. Donald Trump, the 45th President of United States of America, brought a disruptive and populist approach to Washington. His administration focused on deregulation, tax cut, and reshaping America's trade relationships. In 2017, Trump passed the largest tax reform in over 3 decades, benefiting corporations and individuals. His administration also renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA, emphasizing American jobs and industry. Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and his contentious relationship with global institutions defined his final year in office. The current president, Joe Biden, inherited a deeply divided nation and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. His administration prioritized recovery and unity. Biden's American Rescue Plan provided historic financial relief to families and businesses. His administration also passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, investing billions in modernizing America's roads, bridges, and broadband. Biden has emphasized climate action, rejoining the Paris Agreement and making clean energy a core priority of his domestic agenda. 5 presidents, 5 visions, each leaving a unique imprint on the story of the United States. Through challenges and triumphs, their legacies continue to shape the nation. As the future unfolds, the journey of American leadership continues, ever adapting to the changing landscape of a complex world. Each of these presidents faced unique challenges and left their mark on history through a blend of policy, crisis management, and diplomacy. From expanding healthcare to reshaping foreign relations, these leaders helped steer the course of the United States in a rapidly changing world, shaping the future of generations to come. And so, the stage is set once again for a new chapter in American leadership. As the nation votes, it's not just a decision about the next 4 years. It's a choice that will resonate through history. Kayode Shokwekan reporting.
Development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance, and stockbroking to present a tax identification number (TIN) before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is the federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If you can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It will help government identify you and track your income. It shock you.
When everybody gets thing, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes, people where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With thing, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have to be narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identify what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This now my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News, who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain. This fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That's they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
My name is Dr. Agility Obi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991, and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija. And I used to be a member of, I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of...
Sorry, before you proceed. It used to be Blackface, so come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah, so many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name, because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense. They were common sense.
Oh, so you're saying common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened with him.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't They don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists.
The real
artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here,
room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. Hey, you understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down.
Yeah.
So our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
No, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're terming it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you term your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior and Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before.
Okay. So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kini big deal, Mini big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. Where they don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Then tell us the Plantation Boy story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I had taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutula's contract, and I told Tutula that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like I did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back
talks.
and forth.
Yeah.
And so, one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
what you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure he doesn't, nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why?
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world made them check my profile. Say me better than you. Let them got myself signed. Mediocre. It's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rocksteady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see it's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain.
Even if I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yeah, right there. And Byron and Park. So Ray Power history is a 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy don't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. Something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a Plantation Boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it up and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Face right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat too, I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is stay cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist, you can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when me, I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So, I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was...
Tijo?
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we were able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us, they do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming.
Because
it's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band.
True.
Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through, why didn't the group, and when I say you, I mean the group, why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom. How did that play out?
Ateke couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay, but there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday
people.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing.
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white screens. They still use all those old phones, and we were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information, good information, helpful information, which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
And the IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blow my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
But
I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair? See the view? Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M. The
and you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life. SOUQ News Television, the I 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
The Institute said that the ambassadors are to assist in promoting professional standards to achieve the building of public trust in insurance. They do this by communicating with local businesses, advocating the importance of professional qualifications, and sharing best practice to influence sector frameworks. The ambassadors appointed in Africa are Fumi Babintin Ashaye from Nigeria, Asante Mafo Ahenkofa, chartered insurance broker from Ghana, and Gigi Chen of China, among others. Babintin Ashaye, a chartered insurance broker, was the former managing director, chief executive officer of Cornerstone Insurance PLC and Nikon Insurance PLC. She is an alumni of Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. In addition, she is also a fellow of Chartered Insurance Brokers and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, with a master's in entrepreneurship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States of America. In 2017, she became president, chairman of council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the premier insurance body responsible for promoting skills development and professional conduct among members engaged in the industry. This reinforced her position as a thought leader in the insurance sector of the country. She equally serves on the council of various professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Aside from her existing directorial responsibilities, Babintin Ashaye has won notable awards, which includes the Top 50 Women in Insurance in Africa award, presented by African Insurance Organization, Lagos Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, among others. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
My name is Dr. Ajili. My name is Temere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you, no, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello there and welcome to Market Insight here on SOUQ News Television this beautiful Tuesday morning in the city of Lagos. Here on Market Insight, we talk about the market and everything else that concerns it, especially how it does concern your Naira and Kobo. I am David Chiedu, and today on the program we're talking about the hibiscus market in Nigeria, specifically hibiscus farming and its potential in a country. Now, if you are an anthophile, and that would be if you are a lover of flowers, of course, my guess is that the hibiscus flower is one of them. Its beautiful, enchanting petals makes it a delight to have in gardens and also in vases for aesthetic pleasure, whether in your home, in your office, or elsewhere. Now, it also has enormous health benefits too. However, besides its domestic use, it also has a thriving market, especially here in Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is increasingly becoming a major player in the hibiscus production, especially since Sudan, once a leading producer, has seen its outputs decline in recent times. Now, this gap in supply drove up global prices, but as Nigerian production has continued to ramp up, prices are gradually stabilizing. Now, we're having a conversation about this and the inherent good that it could do and what it does mean for the overarching Nigerian economic growth. We're joined this morning on the conversation by Mr. Emmanuel Ojongua Abusun. He's an agribusiness expert. Good morning, Mr. Abusun. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, David. It's nice to be here.
All right. Let's start by getting your thoughts first on the economic potential that this particularly beautiful crop or beautiful flower, poses. It just, as I said, has been for the longest time, as far as I can remember personally, been used for aesthetic purposes. Everywhere you see that there are a potpourri of flowers, you find at least one or two ears of hibiscus, as you were. It also, comes in handy for beverages. I do know that there is I don't know if I should call it a variant of it, the Russell, used for Zobo. They call it hibiscus Zobo. If that's what it is, I stand corrected anyway. I'm not a botanist or a florist or an agriculturist, so, But of course, it does come in handy in that regard. And I personally like Zobo, so there's that. But anyway, away from that, let's talk about, let's get your thoughts, first of all, about the potential that this particular pretty, aesthetically pleasing flower poses.
All right. So, just like you mentioned, we have the Zobo, which is more of the beverage from the hibiscus flower, and it has served the Nigerian population over the years, especially the northern part of Nigeria where I studied. It's a common drink among students. And again, also, I think that it's also cut across part of Nigeria, if I can be very correct. So it has its economic benefits from syrup. It's used for syrup. It's also used for jelly. So we have the hibiscus jelly balm. So it has its various economic benefits, which is something we have not actually harnessed properly yet in Nigeria. Its leaf is very medicinal. Yeah, like I said, the leaf and the flower can be used for syrups, and the hibiscus family is classified as an herbal crop because along the medicine line, it's used for indigestion. It's also used for high blood pressure. Also, a lot of benefits around the hibiscus flower. Now, medicinally, then also for food, we talked about beverages, and then also the hibiscus jelly balm with other byproducts that have not yet been harnessed. It has a lot of economic potential. And again, the fact that it is weather resistant, the seeds are weather resistant, it can do well in almost every part of Nigeria in terms of it can survive in a drought environment. So it's value economically. It's something that it's what needs to be explored. So economic value in terms of food, in terms of medicine, and also even the leaves are very medicinal for us to actually take advantage of.
Now, we've talked a big game about it, you and of course yours truly, but I reckon as with everything else that is good and has been promoted, there's got to be one or two pitfalls or one or two issues associated with it. In this case, we're talking about a plant. Surely there has to be something that would, pose as a challenge in the process of perhaps growing it, commercializing it, as it were. Can you walk us through some of those?
All right. So when you take a look at agriculture generally and food production in Nigeria, we have a big challenge when it comes to food production. We are more particular about agriculture, which is now I'll take us through a journey of the two major value chains, which is the upper stream and the downstream. So the upper stream connects us to production, like that is also the raw materials, which is farming, and then the downstream take us closer to the consumers, which talks about more about processing and distribution, packaging, and all of that. So we're more concerned with the upper stream as Nigerians, and I think this is where the challenge is. And this is from the offshoot of the fact that our food production chain has been tampered with. Over the years, it has been broken. So that's why we cannot commercialize most of our products. Let's say, for example, granite. Once upon a time, we had the granite pyramid in the north, that's in Kano. But unlike other nations that have been able to go to downstream in terms of processing, they were able to commercialize this particular sector. So instead of us having, once upon a time we had granite pyramid, now we're suffering high cost of granite. We're talking about high cost of oil, the granite oil, vegetable oil, and all of that. We have not been able to address value chains that comes that we can benefit from. So the hibiscus over the years, we have not been able to commercialize it because we are not particular about food production. We're more particular about agriculture, farming. Instead of us also looking at the production, food production, how do we convert these raw materials into food? How do we convert these raw materials into something that will benefit us as a people? How do we convert granite to granite oil? How do we convert hibiscus flower to jelly balm? How do we convert it to syrup? So because these value chains are not there, and we are more particular about farming, which is agriculture now in context, we have not been able to harness properly the benefits these have. So we know when it's not beneficial, there's no motivation. Let's say, for example, cocoa, for example, in Switzerland, where they process this cocoa into chocolate. And a particular company, one company, as at the research is said, one company is produce like in terms of revenue, generate more revenue than the entire nation what we have generated from cocoa. Now, this shows us why we need to now start paying attention to food production, how we process these raw materials into other finished products. So it's not easier for farmers to go into land-scale farm, aside the fact that we're trying to merely survive, and they start doing mass production, because we have not yet seen the benefit of hibiscus farming in Nigeria yet. Again, like I said, it boils down to we have not been able to go into food production. So we have this raw materials, it wastes. Some years ago, in my father's farm, we were literally throwing away turmeric. In our land, it was like a white plant that was everywhere, because we don't know the value. When we were making ridges, we'll see them, we'll just throw them away, we threw them away. Now, when knowledge came that this particular product, this particular plant we are destroying has value, we are already extract them out of the land. So because the value is not known, we have not been able to have the proper education to go into farming this thing in large scales. And again, after farming, the next thing is access to market. How do we link this to market? What is the benefit to us as a farmer? If I go farm hibiscus, what am I going to benefit? So because of all of this gap, it makes the production of hibiscus less in Nigeria compared to other countries you've just mentioned.
I'm curious about things like pests, diseases, and whatnot. For most crops or plants, I know that a number of them are, again, I say this from the point of view as a layman. I'm not, an agriculture professional or a botanist, as he were, which would be a plant doctor or, yeah. But that's by the way. So for most of these crops and flowers, they are susceptible to diseases, susceptible to certain vermins that eat them up, either from inside out or from outside in, whichever the case is. So our hibiscus flowers expose these sort of threats, so to speak. Because I remember earlier you talked about it being a hardy plant and weather resistant, as it were. But if it's weather resistant, is it pest resistant? Is it disease resistant?
Okay, like every other crop, it has its own pest. We have the mealybugs that affect other pests that affect it. However, that's to say is that every pest has its own pest control, and those pest control are what everyone can get in the market. We have research institutes that have been able to develop solutions to most of these pests. Some of these pesticides are organic, some are inorganic. And again, while we are clamoring for environmental friendly pest control, we're also looking at it critically that yes, we can have organic pesticides that can address the pest and also still be eco-friendly, because we cannot just be talking about food and also not talk about safety, especially for the end users and even for the farmers themselves, because how you apply pesticides that are inorganic also affects your health if not properly handled, if some of these things are not properly handled. So we're also clamoring for pesticides that are organic, that can also address most of these pest related issues. So like every other crop, hibiscus has its own pest challenges, but also beside it is the solution.
Now, I'm going to harp on a point you just made with research. In this part of the world, has there been enough support for research when it comes to this particular plant? Because apparently it's not just the plant for aesthetics anymore, or the plant for maybe nutritional purposes anymore or medicinal purposes anymore. It's now a plant, that one can refer to as a quote-unquote cash crop per se. So yes, in your view, would you say that there has been adequate support for research in cultivating this particular plant?
Definitely. Why it is limited? like I said, because we have not been able to see the hibiscus flower from the economic viewpoint as a nation. And I will still want to draw our attention that we run an emergency kind of system in our food production and agriculture in Nigeria. If not until date that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, declared state of emergency on food. You see, we've been doing business as usual. We just make budgets. Why we have institutions that have been saddled with the responsibility of research, and most of these research institutions, they're actually doing their job. You'll be surprised to see the number of data most of these institutions have. And I think the next thing now is how to have food soldiers, extension service workers that can relate this research to a usable format for farmers. We have the Nigerian Agricultural Extension Research Liaison Services, NRLS, of the Ahmadu Bello University area. I consult with them on a particular project, and I was surprised to see a level of research materials they have. But these are not always made public to the farmers, or when farmers have access to this, they may not be able to relate it in practicable terms. These are paperwork done by professors, done by doctors, and then we need to now put it in a usable languages for farmers. I think that is where the gaps are. So I will not want to talk about our challenges. I would like to call them gaps. So when we have gaps, it's easier for us to fill them. But when we call them challenges, sometimes it becomes something like insurmountable for us to address. So there are a lot of research that is happening, down to even climate reports on this particular crop. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, is doing so much in terms of giving us seasonal weather predictions that can help farmers make informed decisions when farming. However, the languages are not what most of these farmers can relate with. So we need more extension service workers to be able to relate this to farmers. Now, one of the gaps is that we have limited extension service workers in Nigeria. We have the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. There's a Department for Extension staff workers. However, we can't meet the demand because over 90% of food we consume in Nigeria are produced by smallholder farmers, and these smallholder farmers are not being properly serviced yet. So the gap is there, and that's why it seems that our research are not giving us the desired results we need as a nation.
Now, Emmanuel, what is critical at this point in time is to, while we are doing our bit to, make this, to ramp up production of this particular plant, is also to make it, or make ourselves, level at par with what obtains globally. So some practitioners have identified one of the major challenges associated with this crop, with growing this crop and exporting this crop, to be, overcoming Nigeria's poor reputation in the global market or in the international market, as it were, and the lack of confidence in, regulatory policies and regulatory authorities alike. Can you speak to this matter?
All right. Now, when it comes to reputation, it's unfortunate that many of us as Nigerians, we are very quick to pinpoint the negatives that happen in our country compared to the positive things that happen. We're quick to tweet whatever we want to tweet about our nation, and forgetting the fact that we are doing so much well. And reputation in terms of the market also starts with us. You cannot be the market in your country and you want others to buy from you. It's not possible. Then when it comes to regulation, I think one of the things that is affecting our regulatory body is the fact that the synergy between them and these farmers, or people or service providers who are meant to provide services to these farmers, the synergy is not there. So we don't even have proper documentation to monitor from planting down to maturity for us to be able to give data to, like, okay, in this particular market, what we're buying is organic hibiscus flowers. Now the farmers are now meant to know that, yes, they are not meant to put any inorganic substance or apply any inorganic substance, either fertilizer, herbicides, or pesticides to their farm, because they are going to grow it organically. Now, so the information is not there, the knowledge is not there. I think one of the biggest challenge we're going to be addressing is the knowledge gap among our farmers And this can only be covered by extension service provider. We have many extension service provider. Their job is just on the media. The paparazzi is on the media. They're not actually servicing these smallholder farmers. And now the only way we can service these smallholder farmers in terms of cost related, because providing service to extension service to farmers is quite expensive. Now, a farmer who is trying to survive, for example, you are not asking him again that he's going to pay money to service provider to get their services. You might see it as something strenuous on his or her income. So it's for us clustering these farmers and provide services for them, and they share the cost. So it's easier for us to be able to relate with them. So I will say that the reason why it's like our regulatory bodies are not actually addressing this problem systematically is that there's a disjoint, there's a disconnect between them, the extension service provider who provides services to farmers, then also the farmers. So when a farmer is asked not to add substance to their farm, they don't understand why. So they need to be educated. So we also call for capacity building in terms of how to farm organically. Now, organic farming is quite more expensive than inorganic farming because these inorganic materials boost production. It boosts the yields. And what every farmer is looking at is how to increase their profit margins and also reduce at all cost of production. So we must be able to provide them knowledge as to why they are going to do this. Then understanding that they are not providing only for the local market, but also for the international market and their requirements. Most of them don't even know the requirements that are needed from the regulatories. So, and a farmer who is in his or comfort zone in the village don't have access to get to know that these are the requirements they need to farm to this standard. And then we don't even provide them with guidance enough to be able to meet with those standards. And that is why there's a lot of gap. And because we're more particular about profit, we make these mistakes that are avoidable. I call them avoidable mistakes. So we are the ones to provide them with the guidance they need to be able to meet up with the standard that is applicable at the international market.
Now, you speak about profit and smallholder farmers and the lack of education, or if you like, enlightenment in this regard, which is where the extension workers come in. Am I correct?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
All right. Speaking about authorities involved right now, are we going to you know, is it safe to say that the buck stops on the desk of the agric minister, or are we going to say that the buck stops someplace else, you know, some other regulatory body or some other authority, as he were, perhaps on the subnational level or the national level? Which is it?
All right, so I think the Ministry of Agriculture, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security have been doing their very best. The chunk of the work now lies with the service provider. And this has to do... Sorry,
that would be the extension workers.
Sorry, you said?
That's it?
Come and give me to a question, please. Oh, I can barely hear you.
Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
So you speak of the service providers, and I was going to say, or I had said, in fact, that, you know, are you referring to the extension workers when you talk about service providers?
Yes, we're talking about extension service workers, because the extension service workers are trained agronomists who have been able to learn about pest control, use of fertilizers. They are into the research and to serve farmers. So it's like I would say they are the professional farmers. They are the professional agronomists. These are professional agronomists who are meant to provide services to this population of farmers. And this is how we can now be able to empower them, to empower the farmers. And when you talk about resources, like I mentioned earlier, I was so surprised when I got access to some materials from the National Agricultural Extension Research Liaison Services, NIALS, of the Ahmadu Bello University. The depth of data they have which across all the commodities, all the food, the crops we produce here in Nigeria. The life cycle, the use of fertilizers, the organic, and all of that, because it's a research institution, so they have this data. Now, when these institutions have developed the data, we now need the extension service workers to make it usable, to become applicable to farmers, and this is where the gap is. We are talking about, sometimes they make argument about the fact that the extension service worker ratio to the farmers is less compared to other parts of the world. But now we can make use of technology. Other extension service firms are making use of technology, so it helps us to upskill. You know, technology is to help us leapfrog. And instead of us keep dwelling about the challenges and talking about challenges, we can now use technology to upskill the services to farmers. So I think that is where the gap is now. The delivery of services from the extension service workers to the farmers in terms of best farm practice. You'll be surprised that on 1 hectare farm of cassava in Nigeria, the yield is less compared to that of Tanzania because of the methodology, the practices we apply in farming. So I think that is where the gap is, and that is what we need to address also critically, not just the Ministry of Agriculture, but these extension service workers from both the public and also the private.
Let's talk about the market's appeal. Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly now.
Let's talk about the market's appeal. Once upon a time, we used to export, well, it was our mainstay anyway, talking about groundnut many years ago. And then, of course, recently, we saw a surge in demand for crops like cocoa and the rest of them, which, you know, is big in the chocolate, well, dairy, let me put it that way, dairy production, as you were. So there's that. We export that as well. As a matter of fact, a couple of months ago, farmers in that regard had a windfall. So we do things like that, and then of course we export livestock, you know, we export other forms of vegetables and all of that, because there is a, you know, thriving markets globally for it. However, speaking about hibiscus, just how much appeal does it have as far as the market is concerned? Compare, contrast with some of these other, you know, crops I've mentioned and, you know, commodities I've mentioned. You know, relatively in the last couple of years, let's put a number to it, let's say over the last decade. In your view, how popular would you say that it is when put side by side with these other crops that I've mentioned on the global stage?
All right. Now, the other crops you've mentioned are crops that we have been able to crack a bit, we have been able to transform it from agriculture to food production, which I said earlier that our focus as a nation has been food production, so agriculture, not food production, and that this affects the value chain. It also affects exportation. Now in Nigeria, hibiscus farming has not been properly utilized. It's more of a wide plant. It's not what we have been able to put attention into in farming. Let's say, for example, when you go to some of our farmers are known as groundnut farmers, associated, like we have groundnut farmers. They do the farming not just in terms of gathering it as white plants, crops here and there from the forest. We have not been able to transform the agricultural, the farming system of hibiscus in Nigeria yet. And that is why we have not been able to see result of this particular commodity in Nigeria compared to other products. One, I'll mention moringa, for example. Not until 2-3 years ago, moringa is not what is popular in Nigeria in terms of crop that farmers want to pay attention to. We only use it in terms of, like, in rural areas for survival and also for medicine. Now these are herbal crops. So that is the same thing that has affected the exportation of hibiscus in Nigeria. The farmers that are into this are more doing it like home gardening. They are doing it in a smaller scale, or they are more of wide plants. So the systems that should make it sustainable have not been cracked. Yet. We have not been able to move it from agriculture to food production, even when there is a large market for this in the international market. In terms of, like I said, it's used for syrup, it's used for hibiscus. We have hibiscus jelly balm and other byproducts. But the farming technology to sustain this and make it commercial and make it beneficial to us has not been cracked yet. So it's left at the level of agriculture, at the level of we are farming it, we're using it for local production of zobo, local production of our beverages, and even down to the branding. If not until recently, that there are some young entrepreneurs coming in to modify the branding of zobo. We know that over the years, zobo has been locked in we tie it in a polythene nylon, and we sell it in 20 naira, 30 naira, 15 naira as at then. Not until now that we're not trying to brand it and sell it as high as 1,500 for 50 CNO containers. So I will say that we need to, beyond what we're farming now at the scope in Nigeria, we need to commercialize this and also make farmers understand that this particular commodity is as important as cocoa, is as important as groundnut, is as important as rice. This has its own value, and a promotion. I would say that we need to start promoting herbal medicine. Now, this also gets to boost our production and also boost our revenue. A lot of herbal medicines are coming in from China, and then they need these raw materials. So this can become something we're looking at, and also developing the value chain. We can also have a company that produces syrups using most of these natural resources, and this becomes something flu moon that yes, farmers know that there's a market. See, how agriculture works in Nigeria is farmers work based on demand. There is a demand for rice. Now, a lot of farmers, you don't need to teach them, you don't need to preach to them to go into rice farming. They know there's a demand for cocoa, they know there's a demand for maize, they know there's a demand for cassava. They have not been able to understand the demand for hibiscus yet. So even when our land is good to do the farming, we are not interested because of the market gap. And how do we create the market linkages, which the farmers does not know, and that is why it seems that this particular commodity is suffering in Nigeria.
All right, we'll take a very short break. When we return, the conversation continues. In case you're just tuning in, we're talking about harnessing the potential in the Nigerian hibiscus, organic hibiscus market, as he were today on Market Insight. Mr. Abusan has been with us, sharing his expert thoughts on the issue. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights. Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insight on SOUQ News Television this morning, and we are still talking about the hibiscus market in Nigeria, exploring the opportunities therein. And our guest so far has been Mr. Abuson. That's Emmanuel Abuson this morning. He's an agribusiness expert, and he has been talking us through all of that and then some. As we begin to get close to calling time on the program this morning, pulling the curtains down on it. Emmanuel, I want to get your thoughts regarding a few other things and our status or our position, so to speak, with regards to this particular plant globally. Now, Sudan, as I mentioned much earlier, used to be known for, high production of or high quality production of this particular plant. In fact, very clean, very well processed, pristine if you like, or like the Hebrews would say, kosher, So, but political instability and whatnot is the reason why there's been a little bit of a staggering production there, is slowing down, leading to a supply gap and prices being, driven higher or driven up. But, we seem to have been filling that gap also nicely in recent time. So be that as it may, how do we optimize our status, in that regard while meeting the global demand or meeting the evolving global demand or global expectation as far as the market for hibiscus is concerned?
Okay, so it's first of all letting the farmers know that yes, we're talking about a business opportunity for us close at $215 million market size for the hibiscus flower, and also its health benefit. The way we try to promote rice production, other commodity production, is also how we should promote this. Then again, strengthening organizations, associations that are in charge of this. No, in Nigeria, every commodity has associations which are under the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Trade and Investment. So these associations need to be empowered in terms of capacity building for the farmers, and also understanding that there's a market. Like I said earlier, farmers in Nigeria only try to address the needs of demand. When they look at there's a need for beans, so farmers are interested in going to this farm. When there's a need for rice, you see farmers are ready to jump into it. So we need to now make them understand there's a need for this. There's a market need for this particular product. Then also capacity on how to do the farming, not just as wild plants, but also as cultivated plants that can be cultivated, that can be treated, that can be nursed, and again, herbicides, pesticides, treatment of this particular product, for them to be able to see the value chain, like it said, from the drying process, the cleaning, the drying process, so that we can be able to meet up with other producers in around the world. Like I said, it's a business. This is a market of over 215 million US dollars, good enough to even sustain us. And again, down home here, you see, when Coke was invented, first of all, they said the invention was meant to be medicinal, but at the end of the day, it's now one of the biggest beverages consumed around the world. We also need to start looking at the branding of the byproduct of this particular product so that it becomes something that farmers can also invest in it locally. Because while the government of Nigeria is promoting consumer credit, which is very good initiation from this administration, we also now need to start looking at local production and the consumer credit we're getting as consumers, as civil servants, what of you who are eligible to get this fund can also spend it on the economy of Nigeria and grow the economy of Nigeria by consuming local made beverages. And this had to now to be with branding. So when these gaps are there, when these market needs are there, it's easier now for farmers to start filling the gap. Most of the things we consume are also, first and foremost, they were local products. Pizza was a local product. Now, when we talk about, let's say, for example, we want to talk about akara, we call it beans cake. Pizza is a local brand that's now becoming global. Our products too can be local. Our Zobo drink can be local and become a global product. As at how we brand and promote them. You know, our products, we need to really address our food production system in Nigeria. Because when we talk about the upper stream value chain, we also need to look at the downstream value chain, which is getting closer to the consumers. You know, when we transform our raw materials into food, we try to name tag it with this is a local product, it's not healthy, vis-a-vis it has no global recognition and all of that, because it's not coming as an imported product to us. For example, cassava. When cassava is turned into gari, or which we call cassava flakes, gari, you see that there was we don't know who did the research, we don't know how the information cross-spread abroad, that when you consume gari, it blinds your eyes. Now let us take a critical look at northeast. The northern east of Nigeria don't consume gari compared to southwest of Nigeria. Well, we have 8.2 blind now. Northeast Nigeria had the highest blind people in Nigeria, and I hardly consume gari compared to southwest. In fact, in southwest there's a particular brand of gari called the Ijebu gari, and only 2.something% of their population is blind. So we need to start seeing how we promote our own food production systems, how we promote our own brand, so that we can create market for our own raw materials, not just about exportation, also boosting our own economy. Now, when there is a demand, just like when we go to the field to talk to farmers in rice production, we don't beg them to farm, because we cannot even meet up with the demand, with the demand. So the supply and the demand gap is quite wide. So we also need to start doing the same thing with some of these products. Like in China, it's a big market where people want to get the hibiscus plant for syrup. The herbal crops are now on the large scale. Their advocacy is becoming bigger. Everybody wants to go into organic, more of organic medicine, herbal medicine that is healthy to the body. So we need to start the advocacy and make sure that there's a demand before the farmers can also do accordingly. And we can, before we know, we are also talking about becoming one of the giants, because our land is good enough. Our land is good enough to grow any variety of these hibiscus flowers.
Now let's talk about what people who are enthusiasts, or what people who need to get in on this business would require. You've talked about how we seem to think of it from the, you know, let me use the term, myopic aspect of just leaving it at agriculture, leaving it at the level of agriculture, and then stressed more on the fact that we need to do more with it by way of business. So speaking about it as a business right now, I'm going to ask you a bipartite question, or a two-pronged question. The first one being, if I were an enthusiast, if I were, you know, maybe an angel, not an angel investor, if I were some, you know, investor of sorts, looking to put my money in this market, having heard the quote and unquote gospel according to hibiscus, I would like to know exactly how to go about it. That's first of all. And if I were just someone who was an enthusiast but didn't have the funding, I would like to know exactly how I can access funding, what sort of partnerships I would need to form, and who the key players would be if I were to partner with some government functions or some government parastatal, as it were. Can you do this in under a minute, or at least a minute?
Yeah, no, yeah. All right. So we have a lot of opportunities currently going on for farmers in Nigeria. We have the Bank of Industry boosting production. We have Bank of Agriculture, which is from the from the federal government. We have also the Ministry of Agriculture trying to also speed up production of any commodity. So as an enthusiast without resources, the first thing you need to do is have a very good proper business plan. Now in agriculture, we are more interested in economy of production, the EOP. From start to finish, what do you require to farm a 1 hectare? And what will this 1 hectare give to you in terms of profitability, in terms of yield? And what is the market need? Then after drafting your economic production, which in your drafting of your economic production, you're going to have market insight in where you're going to sell this product, what you're going to sell per ton, or how much is it per ton, how much you're going to be able to sell it. When your business plan is properly developed, you can be able to assess funds. Then we have SOUQ Consulting. SOUQ Consulting is doing so much in terms of even providing us with seedlings. They have a component of the SOUQ Consult that deals with seeds, and you can have access to seeds that actually can boost your yield, your production. So we have organizations that are providing funding, but first, what you need to do if you want to go into the farming without resources is to have a very good comprehensive economy of production, working with experts who are in this particular industry. Like I said, extension service worker, we have both private and the public. It's easier to assess our public sector because they are being funded by the Federal Ministry of Federal Ministry of Agriculture, which is the federal government, and they are there to serve the masses. Now, for those who have funding, it's to empower. There's an association of hibiscus farmers in Nigeria. We have an association, so it's you getting to meet with. Then some of us here, we try to do peer-to-peer lending. We connect farmers to investors or lenders, then also connect the farmers. We do market linkages, this product to the market. So when we're able to identify this, it's easier for you to be able to provide your services. You can provide funding, and also you are interested can also go into the farming.
Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us. Our guest has been Emmanuel Aboson. He's an agri-business expert. He's joined us today on the program, shedding some insight, very valuable one, on the organic hibiscus market in Nigeria. Mr. Aboson, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, David.
As we pull the curtains down, let's take a very quick look at the Forex market today, Tuesday, October 29, 2023. So at the FX market, the Naira is trading to the dollar at 1,659 Naira at the official market, that is. The pound sterling, 2,184 Naira. And the euro, 1,827 Naira. That's all on the official market. Elsewhere on the parallel market, the trade, Naira $2 is 1,746 Naira, 2,260 Naira to the pound sterling, and 1,868 Naira to the euro, beg your pardon, all on the parallel market. And that is our package today on Market Insights. Very many thanks for watching. We'll bring it your way again tomorrow. Do keep a date with us at the same time. But to join us shortly at the top of the hour for the news update, I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues,
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept my resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I can remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. this mind has to keep working or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually have earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, it's worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revamp revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well, and I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of, the way I see it, it's like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally. You're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Pega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from
Yeah.
media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in
Yes.
an interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now. I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. Yeah. I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a while. Events talk about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So, being a food critic,
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common, and working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So, for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Bowles coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, it's going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world, people assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into the studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food."
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it, but his voice is very loud. And what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware, and I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
You know, so it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well. You know, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color.
Yes.
And make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented the inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The United States of America, having seen 46 presidents in its history, is on the verge of electing a new leader. As a global superpower with one of the world's most stable currencies, America has enjoyed economic booms and led the way in innovations, among many other achievements. As fierce campaigns continue between the candidates of the Democrat Party Kamala Harris and Republican Party Donald Trump to secure the exalted seat of Mr. President for another 4 years, it is essential to take a look at some of those who have ruled the most influential nation of the world and how they did it. We begin with Bill Clinton.
The sights and sounds of this ceremony are broadcast instantaneously to billions around the world.
The 42nd President of the United States. His presidency was marked by a booming economy and landmark social reforms. Clinton's administration saw the longest peacetime in the history of the United States of America. Under his leadership, unemployment dropped to its lowest levels in decades, and the federal budget balanced for the first time in 30 years. He also reformed welfare, expanding health care for children through the state's Children's Health Insurance Program, SCHIP, and signed the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which reshaped trade with Mexico and Canada. The 43rd President, George W. Bush, faced one of the most defining moments in modern American history, the attack of September 11, 2011.
What came down though? What came down? We crashed. The other trade center's down. It's down. It's down.
In response, Bush led the country through the war on terror, launching military campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq. While controversial, these actions aimed to dismantle terrorist networks and promote democracy. On the domestic front, his administration passed the No Child Left Behind Act, aimed at improving educational standards across the nation. In 2009, Barack Obama became the 44th president, breaking barriers as the first African American to hold the office.
And doubtful about what we can achieve, to put their hands on the arc of history and bend it once more toward the hope of a better day.
His presidency came during a global economic crisis. To stabilize the economy, Obama passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, pumping billions into the economy to save jobs and stimulate growth. His most enduring legacy, the Affordable Care Act, known as Obama Act, which expanded health care coverage to millions of Americans. He also oversaw the operation that led to the death of Osama bin Laden in 2011, marking a pivotal moment in the war on terrorism. Donald Trump, the 45th President of United States of America, brought a disruptive and populist approach to Washington. His administration focused on deregulation, tax cut, and reshaping America's trade relationships. In 2017, Trump passed the largest tax reform in over 3 decades, benefiting corporations and individuals. His administration also renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA, emphasizing American jobs and industry. Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and his contentious relationship with global institutions defined his final year in office. The current president, Joe Biden, inherited a deeply divided nation and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. His administration prioritized recovery and unity. Biden's American Rescue Plan provided historic financial relief to families and businesses. His administration also passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, investing billions in modernizing America's roads, bridges, and broadband. Biden has emphasized climate action, rejoining the Paris Agreement and making clean energy a core priority of his domestic agenda. 5 presidents, 5 visions, each leaving a unique imprint on the story of the United States. Through challenges and triumphs, their legacies continue to shape the nation. As the future unfolds, the journey of American leadership continues, ever adapting to the changing landscape of a complex world. Each of these presidents faced unique challenges and left their mark on history through a blend of policy, crisis management, and diplomacy. From expanding healthcare to reshaping foreign relations, these leaders helped steer the course of the United States in a rapidly changing world, shaping the future of generations to come. And so, the stage is set once again for a new chapter in American leadership. As the nation votes, it's not just a decision about the next 4 years. It's a choice that will resonate through history. Kayode Shokwekan reporting.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hello and welcome to another episode on SOUQ Exclusive. My name is Shadi Uwe, and with me today on the show is Dr. Abel Mina. He is the registrar of the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management. It's a pleasure having you today, sir.
You're welcome.
The Institute, sir. Can we know the origin of the Institute?
Okay, thank you very much for having me on this program. Yeah, Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management is a professional institute that came into being as a result of God's revelation. Yes, I have few people know about it. I have told people how the institute came into being. But I think I will elaborate it on this program.
Yes, please do.
I was driving, it's going to be a story. I was driving from, I normally park in a church. Of course, I'm not a pastor, so take note of that. I was driving from the church because I normally park in a church. So as I was driving out of the church, something said to me, Human Resource and Strategic Management.
What year was that?
That was 2013.
2013.
And when he said that, I didn't really, he repeated it twice. It was around that kind of 6:30 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning. So I called my friend around 7 o'clock, who is in CAC. And I told him, I said, look, he said, I should come. I went to him. And that's the beginning. He made a search, and he found out that the search was positive. The name was not there. So we started. And then the process of the registration, we went through Federal Minister of Justice, Federal Minister of Education, and CAC. And that is the beginning of the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management.
That's a nice one.
You're welcome.
So how does it contribute to the development of human capital in Nigeria?
Yes, the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management have contributed in so many areas as regards to professionalism and certifications, as regards to our training, and as regards to policy formulations and all that, and as in order to also regulate the professionals in the fields. Such trainings revolve around attitude and character management in workplace, because most of the thing that we really find we had issues with is about personal relationship with the boss and the boss and the subordinates. So we're looking at the character of people who work in an organization. How do they really relate? So that also takes us to management of subordinate and subordination, which of course one of the courses that we also treat. I don't want to mention some government establishments where you have the hierarchy, the boss, but the subordinates, do not really want to, want to listen to the advice or obey the superior. So in this training, we have been able to train some government established staffs in order for them to be able to, obey their superior. So that's some of the some areas where we have contributed. We have also contributed in terms of policy formulation. Like the last induction that we did, the topic was strategic management in human resources management in public formulations. And you can see that that's public formulations is revolved around what we have today, because there's no government or organization that will formulate a policy that will be detrimental to itself. So what we do, we advise governments and public sector, private sector, in public policy formulations in order to have a smooth running of the system.
What role does the institute play in promoting strategic management practices in the corporate world?
Yes, the role we play is we play advisory roles to organizations and to organizations, both public and private organizations. We play advisory roles because nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. So most of organizations comes in either during our induction, during our training and all that, and they seek our advice, and we advise them that these policies that these policies that you are formulating is not going to go well. Like for instance, the present minimum wage. I have kicked against minimum wage.
Why?
Because it is not the driving force of any economy. It will not impact positively to the life of people. The driving force is price regulation, productivity. Because if you increase price, for instance, the salary has been increased, but the ordinary woman in the market does not know that the percentage of how much it has been increased to. So they will increase their price alongside that. So the things that they are selling for 1 naira before they might sell for 5 naira, but which does not commensurate with the level of the the increment of salary. So increment of salary, I have over time kicked against it, and today I'm still kicking against it.
You're saying that the government needs to do more.
They do more than increasing of salary. Now let us look at in the 60s and the 70s and the late 80s and all that. How much was the salary? People were able to build houses. Now the thing that contributes to this factor is our exchange rates, because 95% of the things that we eat in this country are imported. So the government need to do more on that than to increase salary. So they need to do more on that, on productivity. There are farmlands. The government can, because of the insecurity. Before now, there was no shortage of food, and the price of food were not as high as it. But because of the insecurity, people can no longer go to farm.
But we make it feel like it's only in the northern part where the insecurity is bad.
No. I want you to know about on that. This is not. Even I'm from Delta State. There are my people who have gone, who have been kidnapped, have been raped in the villages, even in the bush. When they went to farm, they raped them and all that. So fear has even come. They don't even go to farm anymore.
So that means that still there is positive security level in Nigeria. It means
it is a known fact. It is a known fact all over. Before now, in the early 60s, I grew up in the village, in a small town, in a small village. I went to the farm. After school, we go to the farm. We call our friends together, and then we go to his mother's farm. The next week or so, we go to our mother's farm. That's what we do. We're doing that.
But now that you're in Lagos, do you farm here?
I don't farm here, but of course I have a farm in the village. But people no longer, they can't go there. because of the security. And of course, when you talk about Lagos, where's a farmland that you can farm apart from Ikorodu and all that, and some part of Ekpe and all that, Alagbado and all that? That's where you can farm. But how many people are ready? Because the facility for the farming is not also there. You know, so the problem is the issue of productivity. Once we get it right, it's the system of demand and supply. When the demand is higher than the supply, there's no way that the price will not go high. Let us look at the bus conductors. When people are in the bus stop, they see a crowd of people. They will apply the law of supply and demand, but they won't understand that is what they are applying. They will just a fare that was 10 naira before, they can increase it to 20 naira, 30 naira, because they have seen that there's so much crowd in that. Yes, so they will increase it. But of course, they don't know that they are applying the principle of demand and supply. So the thing is that once there is sufficient food, there's going to be, drastic reduction of price of goods. Coupled with the increase of fuel presently, what do you think about? That's a whole lot. So now, when we talk about the policy, it is giving somebody 10 naira and you're giving somebody 10 naira with your left hand, and you are collecting it with 30 naira from your right hand. That is what it is.
So the situation gets worse.
It gets worse. That is what it is presently.
Okay, so you've talked about the trainings that you do at the institute. You know, those for those organizations and then the private sector. So, what is the impact in the revenue generation in the economy in Nigeria?
Yes, it has a lot of impacts. So many impacts, a lot of impacts. Now you have time factor, which of course is one of the major things. Time. The richest people in the world are people who manage their time properly, not an idle person. So our training has been able to revolve around, time, management of time, management of resources, management of human capital developments. So it has positive impact on every organization over as a result of our training.
Can you tell us about the specific skills that you provide here?
Yes, like I said, the skills we provide, training for certifications and professional membership. Now we have different categories of professional membership. We have the graduate membership, we have the associate membership, we have the fellow member, full membership, we have the fellow membership, we also have the doctorate fellowship. So these are the specific training that we train for different categories of membership. Now we also do training for leadership role, those who are aspiring for leadership role. We also do training for those who are, wants to become a consultant. We do training for those who wants to become a consultant, and so many trainings like that.
Okay, so you talked about graduate membership. Now, in this digital age where, people would say that you do not need to be in the four walls to get knowledge. Do I have to be a graduate to have a certification?
No, now the graduate membership, yes. Let me give you the different, as I've mentioned, the different categories of membership. There are different categories of, different categories of qualifications that one needs to have before you can apply. Now, the graduate membership, with school SAT, we don't have a program for any school SAT. For now. We don't have a program for, our membership is not for a school SAT. But we can also consider a school SAT holder who has worked in an HR department or who has worked in an organization for over a period of time. We can consider that. Do you know what? Somebody that have a BSc or a master's degree in a particular field and is employed in an organization where a school SAT has been working for 10-20 years, that person that has a school SAT would train the person that have a BSc or a master's degree on that field, in spite of the fact he has a master's or a BSc degree on that field. The person that has experience. So experience is, so we consider experience as part of the fact that he does not have a degree, it can be considered. But that depends on the numbers of years that he has worked as an HR person or he has worked in administrative capacity. Because what we do is all about administrative factor.
Like you said earlier, you said that you provide, specific training to certain people. So
Yeah.
as a business person, you have some certain businessmen that have never seen the four walls of a school, but in their business sector, they have the experience. Do you offer training for people like that?
Yes, we do training for such people. Now, in the intro, in the beginning, I mentioned of training, some courses that we do, like attitude and character management. Now, someone who has not gone to school, he might not have the ability to manage his staff. Then we train such person in attitude and character management. He has also his own personal attitude, and his employees also have a character. So in that training, he will be able to manage the staff that he has, in spite of the fact, of course, university does not even teach some of these courses, because the courses we are teaching are practical and professional courses. So university does not teach that. So what we do for such people who do not go to universities or have the knowledge of 4 walls of education, we train them on that specific. We also train them on skill and career development. They need to move from one level of life to another. So we also teach them on how they can manage their business. One of the problems we have in this world is about management. Knowing what they want, knowing the staff, how they can employ the staff, which is recruitment and selection process, knowing what training is fit for a particular person, what salary structure should they apply. These are some of the things that we train those who do not go to the force of, or even those who even went, because they even have a master's, even PhD. Some of them are not knowledgeable about these areas of recruitment and selection, training and development, motivation and compensations and all that. So we train them on that.
Okay, so how would you, a personal question, so how would others, describe your management style?
We have our management styles. There's no organization that I have a specific, because management style, revolve around is dynamic. Is dynamic.
Okay, so how do you foster a positive work culture, in the institute?
Interpersonal relationship, listening. A good leader must listen. That is one of the attributes of a good leader. You must listen to your subordinates, listen to suggestions and all that, and then have interpersonal relationship. You know why I said the other time, I said salary is not really the issue of people. There are people that are going to pay 5,000 naira and they'll be happy to come to the office every day. Do you know why? Because they have interpersonal relationship with the boss. Not that aspect of when those negative aspects, the positive aspect, when they come, they have issues, they speak with the boss will be able to tell them, oh, no, do it this way. Their personal issues, they discuss. Like one of my staff came in this morning and I saw her face and I asked, are you okay? If there's anything that you want us to discuss, and of course that's what I've been doing.
And that's one of the things that most bosses
don't do. Yes.
They feel like, because they pay you a salary,
they are servants.
Yes.
And once a boss begin to look at their subordinate as a servant, that's where the issue is. I have talked about it over time in some areas too, in some fora too. I have discussed that. The modern day word as HR is the modern day of managing people. We no longer see human being as tools. We no longer see human being as what again now? How do I call it? Okay, we see human being as an asset, not a tool, not a machine. It was in the eras of those colonial masters and all that, and of course some people are still practicing that medieval method of managing people. But the present HR, which of course we practice, is seeing people as an asset, because if you see person as an asset, now he add value. And then the person you also see, the projection that I have a stake. When your staff does not have a stake in your organization, the tendency for him to do a lot of things and go away is there.
In fact, they're still saying that the HR is not your friend. Do you know about that?
The HR? Yes. No, yes. Do you know why? Yes, it is not your friend, but it is your friend. Because we want to put the right peg in the right hole. And in our system, this favoritism, criticism, is my brother, is my friend. Please
can we, this is Nigeria. our culture plays a lot.
Yes.
In whatever we do, even in the corporate world.
Yeah.
So when we talk about favoritism, nepotism, is this something that we can eradicate totally? Considering
even in the modern, even in the advanced world, it cannot be eradicated outrightly. The only thing that it can be minimized. It can be minimized. I don't want to mention names of companies. You see some companies like the banks. They employ anybody from any organization, from any academic, whether you read accounting, you read finance, you read geography, you read Yoruba, you read Igbo, they will employ you because they have a culture of training people to fit into their fit into their system of operation. So that is their culture. Now, in that process, because they know that if they train this person, it will also be better off. Now, a little bit of favoritism comes in. A little bit of I know him, I know you. Please give the person no. But in that situation, that does not mean that yes, if the person is employed in that area capacity, he will be trained, and based on that, it can be. But in a situation where the management organized, because I know some of organizations, they don't train their staff. They normally get people who have been trained for somewhere, and then So in such cases, they are employed based on recommendation. So it cannot be totally eradicated, but it can be minimized. Minimized in the sense that putting the right peg in the right hole, and then giving some incentive and all that.
I'm talking about career advancements. How those certification in this institute guarantee that?
Thank you very much for that question. I don't want to. Like I always said, I don't want to. Yes, yes, because presently the federal government came in to say that every human resource person in the category of level should be certified. The federal government, okay, and every administrative staff for a particular level, they should be certified in order for them to be promoted and all that. And of course, that has helped a lot of our members through our certification to get promoted, even apart from the what's it called, the public sector, the private sector. We have top managers, directors who are members, who have elevated, who has our certifications have elevated, even in Canada, even in US, across the world. People come do our program and travel out, and then they come. This morning I just got an email from US that our certification should be verified, whether it mandated from us, because the person want to get a job, want to be employed, and they want to find out that the certification that is presented, is it genuine, does it mandate from us? So you can see that it has helped thousands of people in getting promotion, getting job, and all that.
So this means that you're saying that with the certification here in Nigeria,
it is,
you can use it. It's universal.
Yeah, you can use global. You can use it global, and then and then the certificate is verifiable online.
Okay. So in this age where it's digital, is it compulsory to come to the institute?
Of course, we don't have physical class. We have this office for those who want to come to your office to make physical verification and findings. Ordinarily, we don't really need office.
Your classes online.
Our classes are online. Registrations are online. We have what we call self-examine assessment questions. It's online. So our registration is online. Our training is online.
Has this always been the case?
No. Yes, I will tell you. It manifests. It was during the COVID era. And let me also tell you that when you have interpersonal relationship with your staff, they bring viable suggestions. It was one of my staff. Yes, she's no longer with us. That suggested that, okay, we've been doing physical class, and now that there's no physical class, there's everybody's. Why don't we look at? Yes. So why don't we look at this online training? And we will start. Do you know that when we started it, as at that time, people were bored at home, and they were looking for something to keep them busy, and we keyed into that, and of course it was marvelous. And since that time we don't have physical class. Now why we don't also have physical class? Because some people are in Kano. We could have 1 or 2 people who register in Kano, for instance, and then 5 in Kaduna, 6 in Port Harcourt. We cannot bring those people into one fold. Though we have coordinators across the nation We have coordinators who does registration and all that. But for the class, it is online. As I speak to you, they are online. They are in class. And then the uniqueness of this class is that you can access your class once you have the code. Once you make your payment, you have your code. You can access the class at any given time. It is not one everybody will be in this. If you want to access your class by 1 a.m., you can wake up and start enjoying the class. If you have a question, you put it on the web. You put it on that question. The person in charge will respond to you.
So it's more like a 24 hours.
Yes, 24 hours.
Time bound,
It is not. Yes, they're not really time bound, because even after the induction, you can continuously enjoy the class. But the only thing that differ is that once you feel you can only access the next class when you have finished the first class. And then after the first mode of that class, you take 2 days for you to digest the first one, because we won't give you the privilege of going on through the classes at once, and then you will lose track. So after 2 days, you now go to the next module, so that 2 days interval will enable you to digest and review what you have done before you go to the next module. So that is how it works.
Okay, so you have the difference within your institute and then another institute that is similar to yours. I want to know. What's the difference?
Yes, the difference. One, let me categorically say here that there are two factors or two principles, or two disciplines that drives every organizational success, which is human resources and strategic management. I will want to use what you have in your hand, your phone, as a case study. How many SIM does your phone have?
One.
How can is it one SIM?
How many assets that have two?
Yes, 95% of assets today they have two, particularly the Android. Except but your phone has a provision for 2. You choose to have one.
Yes, on one of the apps. WhatsApp, you can have 2 WhatsApp messages
on one phone. So what am I saying is that it's a professional body one, but with two disciplines that drives organizational success. Like I said, human resources and strategic management are the 2 factors that drives any organizational success.
It goes beyond human resources.
It goes beyond human resources. So it's about human resources and strategic management. That's one of the uniqueness and then the driving force of the institute. Then the second part is that professional institutes are registered by, like I know, body established by government, which is the Federal Ministry of Justice, Federal Ministry of Education, and CAC. Now, these are verifiable online. I have not seen any professional institute that even the CIPM, our father, we respect them because they have been there since 1962 or thereabouts. They also do the registration. Name Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered. The same thing. So if you go online and check, go to CAC website to check, you will see all their names there. So those who don't have their names and registration on CAC website, I think I wouldn't go there, but it is left for the CAC to look into that. Okay, now so that is one of the uniqueness, and then that's the second uniqueness. Then the second uniqueness is that the kind of things we offer, the kind of training that we offer is second to none. Yes, because in our training during our induction, people confess that they have not seen induction like this. When they come for our induction, the things that we give, they get a plaque very big for the fellows, different things and quality things. So that is another uniqueness on our part. But the most important thing is value added. You cannot just give. We don't just give certificates. You must be able to defend the certificate we are issued to you. So you must be properly trained, get certified, and that's it.
So one of the things that you say that your institute, one of the factors that your institute promotes is networking.
Yes.
With professionals.
Yes, we have. As I speak, there are some even people, and we have even the last induction there, we have added them to we have what we call the board of fellows. Now, this board of fellows are people who think for the institute, they also think for the institutes. And then the networking aspect is that in the group, some people have issues in their place of work. They put it in the platform and say that I have problem with my boss. How do I resolve it? 3 weeks ago, one of our members sent a message to the group and said that her boss sent a letter for review, that he should review something that somebody has written, that promotion and incentive, and the HR her name was not included, and she has worked for 5 years. The condition is that they must have worked for 5 years before they can get a car loan and other incentive. So she now put it in the platform, and somebody responded that if, and it was saying that she was not going to reply the boss. Somebody now told, no, reply your boss. Yes, reply your boss. It's your boss, and then he has confidence. That's what she did. And by the time the boss saw that clause, the man changed his mind. So you can see that there's network. And then also, there are some who don't have a job, who are our members. So when there's a job vacancy, they send to us, we put it in the platform, and then they also interact. Like that, there are some who have a job and they need a better place. They communicate with him themselves, and then,
So if I get it correctly, you don't have to have a job.
No, you don't need, no. Even the thing, it is even more, it is better off when you don't have a job.
So you get a certification.
You get it, yes. If you look at today's adverts, you will see that your BSc, Masters, PhD, and professional membership certificate added advantage. Let me give you a scenario. We have corpers that serve in our office. Now, one of our corpers went to serve in a particular company, and after the 1 year service, they wanted to retain some of the corpers, about 5 of them, and then they said they should present their certificates. And they presented all their certificate, and one of them had our graduate membership, because we normally give them 2 certificates. I will talk about that. We give them 2 certificates. We give them graduate membership certificate and proficiency certificate. The proficiency certificate contained the courses that we trained them on. So he presented those certificates. And the man said, so when did you do this? He said, while I was here, I was doing the training online. Do you know that she was the only person that was employed? And we have so many cases like that. So even you have a job, you don't have a job, it's a win for you. Yes.
So upon your inauguration in July, induction,
I
beg your pardon. Congratulations once again. Is there anything different that you're doing now?
Yes, there are so many things that we are doing differently now. Now we're looking at publication of our journals, which we have not done before. So we're working on that. And then we're also looking at our members being a factor. When I mean factor, contributing factor to the institute. Of course, we have not been giving them the privilege to advise before, like as it is now, though they normally are. But now we have make it a little bit broad for those who have one ideas, to add to the institute and all that. And that has worked marvelously. And also, we were not giving room for recommendation. We didn't really give them for recommendation. But now they make recommendation. They recommend people and all that. So a lot of things have changed positively for us and positively for them.
So your fees, are they your fees?
Yeah, there are fees. Yes, it's pocket friendly. Our fees are pocket.
I'm asking this because like we said, if you don't have a job, the certification actually propels you.
Yeah.
It gives you an edge.
Yeah.
For people like that, is there any sort of waiver?
No. We don't have waivers, but they are discounted. And then possible payment installment, so that it could give them a leverage for payments. So they can pay 2-3 times and all that. But payments must be completed before they get their certificates. So that's but of course the fees is very, very pocket friendly, considering what we offer. You see, what we pay for in university, the university all of us went for, we pay for ignorance. The school that charges the highest school fees, they are paying for ignorance, and that's what we are paying for, and that's what people also pay for in institutes. Ignorance. The people reading accounting, they are paying for ignorance because they don't know anything about accounting. So what they are going there, they learn it because they are ignorant of it. They pay for it. So they also pay for it here. So that's what but we allow them, we give them flexible mode of payment and flexible pattern of lectures as well.
Okay. So we're about to round off the show.
Okay.
Please tell us, what's your 5-year plan?
Yes, 5 years plan. From now, we want to see the institutes across the world. Not just seeing the institute, having strategic offices across the world. No, yes, presently the institute is known globally, but we don't have that presence in country. Yes, so we are looking to that. By God's grace, I'm going to Ghana in the next by next month as regard to the institutes. Okay, so we're going to look for how we're going to establish. We have also went to Rwanda and some other countries to see that we have a physical presence in some of the African countries before the Western world and all that. And in the next 5 years, we see ourselves dominating in Nigeria, in Africa, and the world in general.
Okay, in this aspect, you think that the government has a role to play?
Yes, the government have a role to play in the sense that enabling policies. The policies that will favor professional institutes. I will talk more of the finance. The government should look at financing some of their staffs, because they also find it, because somebody receiving that amount of money, for instance, I don't want to mention, and he has family to plan for, school fees and all that, and at the end of the day you are asking the person to come and pay or a particular fee for for certification, even if it's necessary, even if it's something that will promote. He want to say, I beg, so he want, but so if government can really fund, yes, and of course I understand that government do funding of training, yes, but for the certification aspect, that I don't yes, that's so the government should also look at it, and then the government should look at the salary structure, which I have said that it is not the best, that they should look at how prices of things can come down. Probably because the way what we are charging presently, it could be as
well coming down or permanently, is one thing, but for it to be stabilized.
Yes, no. You see, no nation gets it right. United States, their economy was worse than this in the past. If you read the history of our U.S. economy. Okay, so the thing is that the government should look at take drastic action as regard to productivity, farming, drastic one. And once those things, start materializing positively, the price of things will come down, and that will also have a repose interest on us. That our our fees will also come down. Even schools can also come down. Even rent can also come. Like this place, we pay a lot of money. There's no offices in Ikeja that is less than 2 million naira. Yes. Fairly, you can get 1.2, 1.5, 1.3, fair, but nothing less than 2 million and all that. So if things can come down, this will also affect our charging. We also reduce our fees as well. So,
like people say that Nigeria seems to have a systematic growth because the government is in a position today, another comes in the next 4 years or in 8 years, and then they change policies.
I would have even mentioned that about I do a training for succession planning. We do training for those who are retired. We call it retirement psychology. We also do training for work-life balance. We do training on what again? Okay, let me talk about the succession plan, which of course I've talked and written about it. Now we have issues even in our organization, apart from the government, even in the public sector, in the private sector. Your immediate boss will not want you to move from where you are to another place. So when he wants to leave, he will look for somebody. Before he leave, he will look for somebody to come and replace it. Except the father, the son, the daughter business, like what just happened in one of the banks. I don't want to mention. Like what also happened in one of the churches that we know, that the son took over from the mother to the father, from the father to the son.
When people say that,
so those are succession plan, which of course they have. But of course, how are they truly prepared for that? Succession plan require preparedness. There's one article I wrote. How prepared are you for the future? If somebody has contested 4 times, then he should be able to know that when I step into this position, these are the things I want to do. But it took him more than 6 to 7 months to appoint ministers.
So you said something about life being dynamic.
Yes.
Governments that are being dynamic.
Yes.
Now, if you say because someone has contested 4 or 5 times, you know that the people he meets there, policies would have changed in those 5 years, 4 years, 10 that has passed.
Yes.
So you might get there and then it's a whole.
No, governance is a continuum. Okay. The major crisis that we have is infrastructure, electricity, what's it called? Education, insecurity. These are the key factors. So any government, look at what happened in US, for instance. Look at Britain, for instance. Another Germany, another part of the world. When they come, they don't stop the project that somebody has done before. So government is a continuum. It's a continuous thing. So when you are coming in, not because it's not from one particular party, and then this person is because it's not from the party, you want to, no. So when I said that somebody who has, let's look at somebody you have been preparing to go to university, and you have written your JAM 4 times, and at the 4th time you got admission. What is expected of you? The expectation is that you will do well. You will not go there and gallivant because you took a while, but you have also planned for it. That is why succession plan does not hold in this part of the country. Look at the succession plan they have. Rivers State, for instance, it's a tug of war between the former governor and the I'm sorry that we're talking politics. It's a tug of war. So how does that, that second, how would it affect the people? It's going to affect the people negatively. It's going to affect the people, the state negatively, because the man will be thinking of how to survive in the governance. Then he will be thinking of how to, and all that. Look at what also happened in Edo. So these are some of the things that succession plan in Africa.
Like you said, I want to agree with what you said about policies. So the policies is what drives
every economy.
And then before we go, you talked about books.
Books.
Right? Yes.
Yes.
You write. How many books have you written?
Yes, I have written some, but they are not published. But I have written, apart from books, I'm a poet. Yes. I will mention some of the poems that I have written. I wrote for Fela.
Really?
Yes.
Where can we find these things?
Yes, I will send them. I wrote for Fela. I wrote for late Fela. I wrote for this man, one elderly man. I call him the grey hair of wisdom from the east. No, not Chinasebe. No, I've forgotten. So I wrote for Fela. I also wrote for my father, my late father. I call him. I told it Mina and the Ivory Horn. Okay. I also wrote for Africa. Come Back Home Africa, Rejoice Africa, Arise Africa. During the Liberian War, let me not say. Let's not talk about that. During the Liberian War, because I was in Liberia during the Liberian War, so I wrote what is called Arise Africa, because we are looking at the Western world manipulating Africa, to our own detriment, using Africa to fight against ourselves. So I wrote about it. I wrote about Come Back Home Africa. I look at people in diaspora. They should come back, because if you go to US, just take the statistics of Nigerians, Africans in US doing well. You see they are more doing well in health, in education, all that. Why not come back home? But of course, presently they cannot come home because of the insecurity. One man came from Benin. He came from US or UK, so rich, he was kidnapped and killed. So when people hear of these ones, they don't want to come back home. Of course, we still encourage them to come back home. So I wrote about come back home. I wrote the evil birds. I also wrote the theater of war during the Abacha time. I wrote the theater of war because they were killing and all that. So I wrote theater of war. I have so many of them like that.
So we have a program where we say that good Nigeria must be good. Any last words?
Yes, Nigeria must be good. Nigeria must be good. But for Nigeria to be good, it must start from the head. What is killing this nation is corruption. For Nigeria to be good, it must start from the head. If you see fish that is rotten, fish starts rotting from the head and not from the tail. We are the tail. So if Nigeria to be good, what I mean is yes, one of the APC shifter recently said. He said the people that will change this nation they are not born yet. That gives a very, very great impression of the system, because you understand the system. So for Nigeria to be great, our mindsets, the quick rich syndrome, because we all have it. Government should look into them, that if we have to tighten our bed, they should also tighten their bed first. Nigerians are the most enduring people, most patient people in the world. Because most of the things that are happening here, if it happen in another nation, it won't be, they won't take it. One, it is a self-sustaining economy. If I believe that tomorrow if I go to market, I'll sell and get food, I won't bother what happened next to, I don't know, whether the government is existing or not. Nigerian people does not look at whether government is existing. Just give them the right thing. They go to the market, they sell their food, they eat. That's what they want. So the government should look at that for Nigeria to be great. Then for Nigeria to be great, our educational level, our educational sector should be looked into properly.
Do you think what they're doing is not enough?
It is not enough.
We're churning out. Someone said
I say we partner with NY. We partner with NYC, and you turn up a lot of people every year, every 2, 3, 6, 4 months. You turn up people and there's no job. They should look at how they can introduce skill, technical skill into it. It is not this theory. I read finance. I taught in LASU, and as external system, but I never taught finance.
It's actually funny that the people with technical skills are making more money than those in the office.
Yes. So the technical aspect, forget the federal government does not need to build technical universities, technical schools. No. The structures are already there. All you need, convert some classes, some facilities you have there to technical school. What is happening in Japan? It is China and Japan and India. They are taking over. They don't talk about book. They talk about practical. So let them talk about practical. Everybody want to work in an office. It is because the federal made provision for an office. Federal government made provision for everybody to work in an office.
No, but even the culture itself. If you back in the day when you said, oh, you were a plumber, or you were the son, or you were someone who sells food by the roadside, people would look down on you. But we have now seen that the post-COVID pandemic, things have changed.
Yes, I watched a video this morning about
it. Seems that we're learning from those things.
Yes, I watched a video this morning. That brings me to let me answer that question through this video I watched. A lady in Germany, and Facebook thing is universal.
Yes.
She drives bus. She's a commercial bus driver. But people in Nigeria are mocking her that a bus driver.
And they earn a lot of money.
She now begin to explain the process of her becoming a bus driver, the license, and then she said that her license is equivalent to license of a pilot. Yes, because of the process that she would have paid almost 30-something million naira, but she got it on a scholarship for a bus driver. You understand it? So, like you said, that our mentality, our belief, data some people from going to skills. I'll use myself as an example. When I was not educated, I went to university very late. Even my secondary school, I went to secondary school very late. But when I started, people began to look at what this man want to do now. But today, because I sum up the courage that this is what I want to do, I taught some of my friends who were mocking at me in LASU. So you can see that. So it is first determination, what you want for. Then the government should look at having a technical schools, universities all across the universities. You have University of Agriculture. Go there, the University of Agriculture, they are teaching elect. I have a friend who graduated from one of the universities University of Agriculture. They teach what does elect got to do with the University of Agriculture. So these are the policies that the government should strategically look at and put the right people in place and put the right structure in place, and you will see that the economy will drive on its own.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abel. It was lovely speaking with you. Insightful points that you have said. We'd love to have you again on your episode, if you permit.
Thank you so much for having me. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of the interview with Dr. Abel Mina. And he is a poet, like he said. It's been a lovely one on SOUQ Exclusive. My name is Shadi. Bye for now.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep watching
SOUQ News TV.
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, is a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, Our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Over the past 20 years, the band has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the band's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark its 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to its enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the band's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of the band as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, the band officially began its music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, the band and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, the band began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, the band scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of the band's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars. Don Jazzy, The Banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on The Banj. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between The Banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, The Banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their More Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged The Banj's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with The Banj's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. The Banj, after dissolving his partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. The Banj teamed up with Akon on two songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. The Banj music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, The Banj marked his 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. The Banj has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Actor at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Coco master, The Banj, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still work now on a protest. Not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, they can help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Person live work now on a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
the whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes, when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, I'll tell
you.
You
want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff. So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right? And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me, because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Thinking about impact, don't make me jump the gun, because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. Yeah. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry, both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names, and what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who was a busker
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and you know, and this also represents a huge shift and a to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity, but likewise those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just
I'm
focus,
begging you
just
guys.
focus on the art, focus on the business.
On art. Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't
even made
free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You something, you hand
whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, really? Right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs or
all the lights.
It's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it. And that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while. So we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is our a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all
That's where everything is going to.
We're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Creativity is an instinctive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts, and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer, most of which emerged from art therapy workshops at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUT, where children were encouraged as they explore themes of hope, survival, and friendship. The compositions, spontaneous expressions, doodles, sketches, and vibrant experiments all allowed these young artists to let their feelings flow onto the canvas. These creations, which at times might seem awkward in appearance to some individuals, carries profound meaning, as the co-curator of the gallery, Phoebe Jeffrey Broha, commended the children's artistic outputs, acknowledging that these works are far more than playful creations. They represent vital channels of self-expression, helping the children navigate their emotions and finding comfort through their creativity.
The pieces for this particular exhibition were created during the workshops. As I mentioned before, we really wanted to focus on the joy that a lot of the children like to create and express. So this particular piece, for example, I believe was made by 3 children all at once. We very often see that the kids love to collaborate on pieces together. So something that is quite important to us is to track which child made which piece, how old they are, capturing the intent and the story behind the piece as well. And this piece in particular really stuck out to us, so this is the central piece for the exhibition. The Cancer Foundation has been around for 20 years now. The founder is Dr. Netta Nwobi, and they're very multifaceted, so their focus is on childhood cancer research. There's not a lot of research out there specifically about childhood cancer. Their second thing is supporting the families. So parents and siblings go through a number of things when a child has cancer. First of all, there's very intensive treatment such as chemotherapy. Very often they end up losing their jobs during the time that their child is receiving treatment because they don't have access to be able to care for their child and go to work. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is helping to pay for cancer treatments as well.
The exhibition's theme, Hope Blooms, captured the idea that creativity can flourish even in the face of adversity. Through their artwork, the children not only communicated their hopes and struggles, but also built a sense of community, forming friendships that support them on their journey. The event aimed to raise awareness and funds, with proceeds directed towards initiatives that provide essential care and resources to children battling cancer.
These 2 particular pieces are part of a 4-part series that the Children's Art Gallery did in the workshop that we did with the Cancer Foundation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. These in particular are calligraphy prints. Something that we really tried to focus on when we're doing the workshops is educating with intent. So instead of just saying, oh, this is how you paint, we're looking at, okay, what do kids need that kind of builds their educational blocks. And we also look at cultural ties as well. So maybe teaching about traditional crafts that aren't typically covered in schooling. So now with the calligraphy prints, the method directly kind of ties into the method of how you would make batik fabrics or dire fabrics, for example. So calligraphy prints are blocks that you take and then you tie various things around them like strings or different 3D elements, and then you actually stamp the paper or the fabric. So that was quite dynamic for the kids. I think they really enjoyed it. Obviously working with something that's very tactile for them. I know I keep saying this, but this is also one of my favorite pieces from the exhibition. It's not often that we see such intense portraiture done. I think a lot of children, well, for this particular exhibition, a lot of them tried to focus on maybe landscape pieces. This piece is titled Inner Reflection, and it's a very conceptual piece. I think it's a representation of kind of how one sees themselves in other people. You know, if you have someone who's supporting you, who's looking at you with a loving perspective, you're going to look at yourself with that same perspective as well. And so you almost see this image that is almost a mirror, but not quite. There's two people that look similar to each other, that are gazing at each other, but they're also independent from each other.
Open to the public in order to engage with the artwork and contribute to the cause, the exhibition served as a touching reminder of the healing power of creativity and how such initiatives can uplift young artists and their families. Supporting events like Hope Blooms not only acknowledge the bravery of these children, but also helps foster a future where their creativity, resilience and strength can continue to flourish. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams and more.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number (TIN) before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is the federal government. You understand me? This is the federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number (TIN) not like ID card for your tax. It help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, "Now give me my money," but without the claps? Oh yes. People where they hide their money or underdeclare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty of questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have to be narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identified what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This na my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello, welcome to Between the Pages. Between the Pages is our book review show where we pick a special book, talk about it, have a conversation, about what's in the book. We talk to the guests, who also happens to be the author, and everything surrounding that book. When we return, we'll take a break right now. We'll introduce you to the guest and the title of our book for this week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between the Pages, and today we'll be talking about a special book titled Retirement Reinvented. Such a powerful headline and thought-provoking too. And also it has a subtitle, Tips and Strategies for Actively Engaging Your Higher Purpose in Retirement. It's something I have a special question for the author about. So with me, my guest today is the author of this special book, Laja Shoniron. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that in the course of our discussion, we'll be able to look through some of the things in the book. Thank you.
We will look through a lot. Also with us today is CEO All Range Reading Academy. And it's so strange that we haven't had a lot of libraries and reading culture going on, which is one of the reasons why this is such a special show. His name is Mr. Ekom Henry Ituama.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again.
You're welcome. So, straight to the point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Laja. Or should I just say Laja?
Yeah, Laja is good.
Laja is fine.
Thank you.
Well, you know, when you go to my village, you don't call elders by their first name. But let us pass with that. So first and foremost, you know, they say usually if you want to hide something from the black man, you hide it in between pages, in the book, in between pages of the book. Are you trying to hide something from the black man?
That's a very thought-provoking statement. Actually, the first time I heard it, I was so angry.
Can you tell us why?
Because I took it personal when you talk about anything black, anything that has to do with, you know, this, even though I normally would tell myself I'm not a black man, I'm a brown man, but, you know, anything that has to do with, you know, this. So I felt that that was an aberration, because that some few people don't read does not mean that everybody don't read. And I always say that, you see, when you have a challenge, you read. And that's true in every case. If you have a recurring malaria, you find yourself looking for, okay, is there a book that I can read? If you know, it's a normal thing. And that's why I believe that books are something that we should not, you know, do away with. And then the fact that when people say hiding something in the book, I'm not hiding anything. In fact, I want more people to know about it. And that's why I put it in the book. Because one of the problems we have in this part of the world is the fact that every generation, and this is a mission or a passion for me, every generation starts from the scratch. And if you look at the other part, the other clan, they are more into documenting, you know, their lives. You see somebody, you know, I watched a video some time ago, and I read about this wolf that is now being cultivated to be guard to sheep. It's amazing. These are, serial killers of sheep before. But over the years, they domesticated them, and then they now become, you know, and that's because somebody did something, wrote it down, and then the other generation came, built on what was done, and as we speak today, those same wolves, you know, are now guardians for sheep. So I believe that the best way, the trajectory that we should take to develop Nigeria, to develop Africa, is to ensure that everybody writes a book. And I have this saying, if you are 50 and you have not written a book, you are owing humanity. And indeed, I mean it. If you are 50, you have not written a book, you are owing humanity.
I have to agree with you.
Owing humanity. I like that one. So I must be planning to write a book soon, from what you're saying.
Yeah, very important.
Okay. Retirement reinvented. Why this book? Why is this so important now?
Retirement reinvented. Okay. Let me just back up a little bit. About 18, 19 years ago, I am a man of many things. I started out as an accountant, and coming from a family of tailors. My mom was a seamstress, so I was making clothes. So I had some clients in Ikoyi, and then I had gone there to see one of my big clients, And on my way, I saw these elderly people, sitting somewhere in Ikoyi, and I was really taken aback. All these old people, what are they doing here? And somebody now said, oh, they came to do their pension, something like that. And I felt, why would they subject them to this kind of, treatment? And, I got a little bit, I'm being a bit of an emotional person. It got to me. So a few days after, I heard on the news that some elderly people died, so that's, in fact, made me so emotional. And in fact, in me, and I started really being very agitated. And in the course of being agitated, I had this thing in my spirit that said, don't pity them. I was like, pardon me? I was alone, so I was like, who said that? Okay? Of course, I thought it was one devil that is. And then he said, they got what they deserve. And then went on to say, if you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. At that point, I knew it wasn't the devil that was talking to me. If you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. And that was where the journey started for me. And every opportunity I had since then, any opportunity, the first opportunity I had to do training was for MPA, and it was for people that are being, eased out of employment. So I did retirement planning, entrepreneurship, and stuff like that. I gathered all the resources that I could, and that was how the journey started. And so far, up to now, I still do a lot of retirement. So the book is actually more like a compendium of what I've done in the past 18 years. All right. So it's not something that just happened. It's a journey of 18, 19 years.
Wow, what a journey.
Yes.
Well, from a thing you said, it brings me to my next question because I was pointing towards it.
Okay.
Now, from day-to-day happenings and doing life in Nigeria, many do not have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that for a while?
Well, I must say that retirement itself is a new phenomenon.
For us?
Yeah, everywhere. No, everywhere in the world. It's actually a new phenomenon. It actually started with the Roman Empire, and the essence of having a retirement stuff, it wasn't even planned. It was like, oh, okay, these people, these soldiers, they are no longer in active service in order to buy their loyalty. So the Roman Emperor, will give them a stipend just to keep them at bay so that they don't revolt. But at the turn of the, I think, 19th, 20th century, I think it was the German government that took up, this issue of retirement. And then at the turn of the 20th century, Europe, UK, America took it up and then blew it, and it became something that everybody's talking about. And when you come to Africa, the African context, there's nothing like retirement, because we work until we can't walk again. Exactly. So it is a new thing. We must understand that in African culture, and then even if you go the religious, if you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at all the Eastern religion, you find that there is no retirement. That's interesting.
No retirement.
Exactly.
Let's hold that thought. You don't want to work till you go.
Of course.
So
yeah.
it's still between pages. Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news, 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them, but I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me, going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, In a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible. But it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Parceiro to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westerhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem, and I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxes events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we are asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kanu? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse. There you already know that we are live on SOUQ News, and here we are all about positivities. So face your day, get all the information, good, bad, whatever. Once you get here, you detox. Then you get on SOUQ Pulse, then we talk. We're taking it a notch further and telling you right now is a crime to keep quiet. So on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. So go ahead, get your friends. It's talk time. For a while, people have celebrated beautiful things, innovations, inventions, good business, good deals. Some even celebrate loans. Then some celebrated oil exploration. Some celebrated the discovery of solid minerals. Then the celebration had some K-leg if you live in Nigeria. Now that's where we are heading to. We will talk things that have come out of things that are supposed to be a blessing. Still a blessing in some certain places. And we will talk. And we also want you to join us and talk about this. This is SOUQ Pulse. Like you know the basics. Here we talk. It doesn't matter who is favored, who is not favored, who is blessed, and who is looking forward to that blessing. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and today we will talk. We'll go on a very short break, and now we'll break down our topic word for word and get to invite our guests on the program today. We are blessed to have players in that particular sector, people that are talking and keep talking. So don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back in your face.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and here we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Now let's try and go back to some time past. Now the discovery of oil brought a whole lot of joy, both to the nation and the communities that were told that there is something beautiful under the ground in the land of their fathers and those of their great-grandfathers. But now, over time, that joy has turned to something we might not be able to explain. Because when you ask, have they really profited from what is coming out from that particular ground? That is a story for another day that they only can tell. Now, we've seen this happen with oil over time. We've seen the degradation. We've seen the loss of farmland. We've seen the loss of livelihoods, down to lives. We've seen the environmental impact crude has done to those particular places where that exploration is happening. Now we are in another boom called solid mineral exploration. So in one word, mining. And Nigeria is also blessed. And communities are also celebrating the discovery of several minerals under their feet. Same ground that belonged to their grandfathers and those before them. Now, joy is gradually turning to things we might not also be able to explain. So that is where we are heading to. We are asking ourselves this direct question. Solid mineral mining and the environment. Who exactly is watching? Are we going to wait and see the repetition of the circle that happened and still happening with crude to these host communities with solid minerals being mined in Nigeria? So that is where we are heading to. We want a situation where both explorer, mining company, host community is happy, where every single one contributes and the nation can smile. But is that where we are right now? So SOUQ Pulse is going to talk, and talk we will. My name is SOUQ, you know the remaining. And your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the program today, Mr. Philip Japo. This is the second time, so I'm quite excited. He is the Executive Director of Renewable Development Initiative, Friends of the Earth. He's an environmentalist, and they are looking and showcasing issues coming with mining. That's what we're heading to. Also joining us on Zoom is Barrister Chima Williams. He is the Executive Director of Environment Defenders Network. So we are going to talk. So welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Good. So the first time was on Zoom, and today
physical.
You're live. So to every member of the crew that made this possible, we want to say thank you very much. So we always head and hit it straight. Mining is here. Mining is with us. Mining is supposed to add to our GDP, give us jobs, make our economy better, and also develop the communities where they are. But as we speak right now, how profitable is it to the host community first?
Thank you. I think a good place to start is where you started. You talked about oil and gas, the expectation, the joys that local people in Omibiri felt when oil was discovered in commercial quantity in the late 50s. Within a decade, and then two, and subsequently, the expectation, the joys that they had started fading. Why? Their rivers were getting polluted. Their farmlands were getting polluted. They also started noticing that the company that came with smiles suddenly shut its doors to them. They cannot even complain without the harassments that will go with it. Unfortunately, the same scenario has started playing out in communities where solid minerals extraction is going on today. Nigeria is blessed with abundant supply of natural resources, solid minerals, lithium, the latest, gold, lead.
Has always been there.
It's scattered all over the country. Virtually every part of the country is, especially in the north. But like I mentioned earlier, now we've started seeing the same situation playing out. Most of the mining companies going beyond their designated areas designated for mining, encroaching into communities, and in a subtle way, or sometimes forced, displacing local people.
In a subtle way or sometimes forced.
Sometimes
who
forced.
Is forcing who?
Well, when you live in a community and every now and then there's rock blasting without notice, and the rocks fly and land on your roof.
When you say rock blasting, I think
Yes.
you need to define rock blasting.
Okay, when in the process of mining, for instance, limestone,
Okay.
The mining companies use dynamites.
Okay. To blow up
things. To blow up rocks. Okay. And then dig what they want or get out what they want. Now, in some places, of course, they give notice to the community that we're going to do it by 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. And unfortunately, what we have in this dispensation in our country, across the country, different parts of the country, is that this is happening indiscriminately, even without notice. So you are in your house, suddenly there's this earth-shaking blast, and then suddenly you see the roofs, your building is cracking. Sometimes the rocks injure community members. Nobody needs to tell you that it's time to leave that community.
It's time to leave your own
you will have
native
to leave that
land.
community.
Okay. Let's welcome Barrister Chima to this conversation. Barrister Chima, I hope you're with us.
Sure, I'm here, my brother.
This is SOUQ Pulse, and we welcome you. Now, he has given us an intro and told us this particular, I won't call it a story, is an example of people that have to leave their own fatherland because of mining activities. But now let's go straight into it. Who is causing these issues the more? Is it the legal miners or illegal miners?
Well, of course, you know that legal miners will take precautionary steps in their mining activities. But the illegal miners, because they are stealing as thieves, they will not take precaution in whatever step they are taking. Their interest will be to, steal the resources as they get it. So you see that those are the ones that will do their blasting without announcement, without letting anybody know. They will operate nicodemously, and they will steal the resources. So those illegal miners, mind you, there's a difference between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, so those illegal miners, they can be mining in a very large quantum, but because they do not have procedures guiding their activities, because theirs is to quickly grab and disappear. So they will not take steps to ensure that standards are followed. So those are definitely the illegal miners. They are the ones that destroy. They are the ones that steal. They are the ones that does not pay anything to anybody. Rather, they bribe their way through some people, through some military officials, those that are supposed to protect and defend the community people. They pay them to harass the community people on their behalf. And at the end of it all,
some of these allegations that you are dropping down here, hope you know we are not just national, this is an international channel. Some of these allegations, do we have evidence to back them up?
Of course, there are a lot of evidence everywhere. Okay, I can point out to you that
the one that you have, because you are the one that is speaking right now,
that there was a time that the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment in Akwa Ibom State summoned illegal miners, Chinese illegal miners, and they were sanctioned. So we know about this. The people that are involved in these sharp practices, they do not want them to be known. Okay, so I have conducted a research on a Chinese company that is supposed to be operating in the Niger Delta. Of course, the address they gave, while we tried to trace that address, we were taken to a seaside. Okay, so the end point of the address they gave to us, the roads, ended inside the sea in River State, in Port Harcourt. So when we speak, we do not speculate. We say about things that we have empirical facts about.
We will definitely ask for this evidence that you have and also get to see it and also publish it. That is for sure. But now let's look at the illegal miners you're talking about. Do we have more of these illegal miners localized or people from outside this country?
Well, of course, when you talk of illegal miners, because of the resources that are needed for their operations, they are mostly the foreign agents. But of course, partnering with local agents and local people to do it. That is why I drew the distinction between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, because artisanal miners are people that are known, and they may be from some of the areas, from the communities, who sees these resources and take them, to eke out a living. So, and we have been advocating that the artisanal miners should be gathered, just as we have been advocating in the petroleum sector, that they should be allowed citizens to have modular refineries, which will be licensed. Of course, the cadastral zone, the cadastral office is supposed to have a record of both artisanal and large-scale miners. But the record that definitely they won't have is the record of the illegal miners, because they do not want to be known.
Since these illegal miners don't want to be known, but they are working day after day in these particular communities. Let me come to you. Then who exactly is assisting them? Somebody somewhere is giving them that impetus to work.
So
and helping them take something out.
So I want to commend what Barrister Chima mentioned, because that is very, very important. That is the foundation of where the challenges are. Now, I want to draw an example before responding to your issue. I think the Ministry of Solid Minerals 2 months ago arrested some Chinese nationals in Nasarawa State.
Doing what exactly?
Collecting lithium. So they set up a lithium collection point in Nasarawa State. When they were arrested and interrogated, the government learned that they were registered as an agro commodities firm now doing illegal mining in Nasarawa State. They were arrested. They were Chinese nationals. Now back to your question, the response. Of course, we know that these people with the resources needed to do those kind of things, these people cannot come into any community and do those things without some collusion. The collusion with even possibly officials of Ministry of Solid Minerals. Collusion with traditional rulers in some of these communities, of course, that is happening.
Allegedly.
Well, there are many cases where it has gone beyond allegation and proven that they have dealings. Even the engagement we had yesterday, people from the communities where this ruination of the environment is happening, they confess that the traditional rulers are involved in these things.
The traditional ruler in their community.
In their own community. So you can replicate that across board. No company can come into a community and start doing those things without some form of, permission.
Okay. Somebody somewhere is shielding somebody somewhere
is benefiting from what they are doing.
Okay.
Somebody somewhere is being settled.
That's like the West African word. Somebody's being settled.
But
who is losing?
And that's where I'm going. Now, these things can only happen because the proper oversight, the proper monitoring, which government is supposed to do, is not being done, or some people are just looking the other way around because they are also benefiting.
Okay, now let's look at the communities. Let's come back to the effect of this, not just illegal mining, but the degradation of the environment. To what percentage do you know communities that are directly affected? Not from crude, but now let's look at solid minerals now.
Well, I must confess that, for instance, when it comes to gold mining, lithium extraction, lead mining and extraction and processing, virtually every community where extraction is going on, these kind of pollutions are there. The first time I visited a community involved in mining activities was in 2009 in Jos. 2009. I was in a community, I think the area is a Barking Ladi. And this is the same situation. Farmlands belonging to people, miners encroach and ruin those farmlands. People even, because they ate with all this blasting and unnecessary digging, sometimes the earth just caves in. People are just walking and they, sinkhole, they go into the ground. Things like that. That is in Barking Ladin in Jos, Plateau State. I've also been to Zamfara State, where in 2010 and 11, kids died from, about 300 kids died from lead poison.
Now, that's one particular one that got me thinking. Was you mentioned mining of lead. How informed are people that lead itself is very poisonous?
I can go the whole hog, this story, because I visited the communities in Bukuyum. I even visited the general hospital where some of the kids who were suffering brain damage as a result of their interaction with these solid minerals, the exposure to the dust affected them. Now the problem, and this information is one information that may not have come out extensively. The problem, what caused that problem in Zamfara State, Bukuyum, and environs, was because Chinese miners came with this innovation of small grinders. Of course, they grind these the rocks from which you extract the lead. The Chinese miners now created small grinders, shared it into the communities. And so the community people take the rocks to their community, they grind,
They grind close to the home.
Close to the homes. I saw these things. I have their images. I took pictures, and then you see dust everywhere. And of course, for little children, it is from hand to mouth. So these children will play around these communities, and then they touch these things and his mouth, and that's what caused the problem in 2010 and 11. Because I was there in 2010 and the follow up in 2011, and the Chinese were also responsible because they were the ones that created those small grinders.
If we say this person is responsible, that person is responsible, what about people within the locality?
Well, in the case of Bukuyum, that is Amfara scenario, one thing I came away from that visit was the fact that a lot of the local people are ignorant to the fact that even lead is poisonous to kids.
But so, somebody somewhere somebody somewhere is paid. Somebody somewhere allowed them to come in.
Of course.
So these are also people who need to also get to find out.
Layers.
Okay.
They are layers. In fact, I couldn't. That community is about 4 hours from the capital, Gusau. Those areas are the same areas today that you cannot even penetrate because of banditry. And the origin of that banditry is this illegal mining. A lot of the local communities where this thing was going on, the miners, they arm some boys because somebody somewhere on top allocated this space to this man, allocated the other space to another man, allocated this space to another man. And so this man must protect his territory, the same way the other one will protect the territory, and the third. Now, when these boys are not mining, they use those arms to terrorize. That was the origin of the problem. That is the origin of the problem in Zamfara State.
Okay, Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you now. I hope you're still with us.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Let's get it from this other angle. What exactly is driving this mining activity with no concern for the community people?
Of course, it's a very simple answer. The quest for maximization of profit before human beings, because they do not care about the inhabitants. And as Philip had mentioned, it is that the resource that is under the feet of citizens that people are collecting that is creating the insecurities in our communities, because the people must have to be forced to leave their environment so that excavation and mining and collection of, these scattered natural resources in solid minerals will be collected. So they are doing this because they want to maximize profits, and they don't care who pays for it and the price that is paid for it. So it is not the business people who are involved in this thievery that our own concern is on, but the regulators and their allies, their collaborators from the communities. Because definitely there is no way a stranger will enter into any community and start doing such type of, business without the knowledge of somebody in the community or somebody in the state. So if the regulators, if our governments do what they are supposed to do, to monitor, to police, to secure the lives and livelihoods of citizens, which is the primary responsibility of government, perhaps this type of scenario may have reduced, if not eradicated at all. Okay, so
it may have reduced or eradicated, but now let's look at it from this other angle. The wheels of government most likely grinds very slow around this side of our divide. But now, if I am a member of a community where this is happening, from your experience, what do you think those communities can do in the interim?
Yeah, of course. Vigilance is key to self-protection. Now, the community citizens, if they are vigilant and they identify strangers in their communities, and there is nobody from the community that is involved, then it becomes an easy task Because one is that they can use their own local, security system to chase those people away. Or they can make complaints, they can report such incidents and such perpetrators and people involved to the security apparatus of states. And of course, they can make a report to the Minerals and Mining Office through the cadastral office to say that, look, please check. We are seeing these people in our environment and we believe they are not licensed, so they are stealing the resources of the nation off our feet. Can you check that they are illegal operators so that collectively we can chase them away? So this
While
will
they
be
try
the
to collectively
responsibility.
chase them away, is it possible that people that are also legally licensed to do this craft, to do this exploration, to do this mining, are also part of the pollution? And if yes, what can the community do in that sense?
Yes, in that case, okay, because they signed some documentation. Okay, there's the CDA agreement, the Community Development Agreement between the company that is a legal operator and the communities under the Minerals and Mining Act of Nigeria, that, if the people know who is perpetrating, they can make a formal report against such company, first to the company itself, that, look, we have observed that you are not doing this in the right way, and our people are suffering because of this and this and this. Okay, and with that, you have laid a foundation for a formal complaint to the Ministry of Mining, Minerals and Mining, to investigate the activities of this. And once such investigation is conducted and they are found wanting, I think the law provides sanctions, including imprisonment, terms of imprisonment, fines, including withdrawal of license and the rest of it. So if they are operating legally, chances are that they can be called to order. But the worst case scenario,
if they are operating legally, chances are that they can't be called to order. Now, before we go on a break, just in 2 sentences, I'll be coming to you second. But first, let me come to the studio. In this scenario, what can organizations like yours do, or what are they doing to assist these communities? Now, let's break it down. When we say communities, it's like far away. To assist these people.
Well, I think what we should do is what we are doing. First of all, we go to those communities, help document these infractions, and then amplify the voices of the local community. That is why we are here. Yesterday, we had a press briefing where we were talking about Abuni community in our local government area of Nasarawa State.
Okay,
and
we
district.
will be coming to that after the break. Let me come to you. Let me come to you, Barrister Chima. Now, from all indication, you sound more like an enforcer when it comes to this side. So what exactly is your own organization doing to make sure that this, going beyond the people now, these human beings don't leave their fatherland?
Yeah, of course, we are involved in, first and foremost, trying to identify with the problem of the people and let the people first understand that this is a problem that they are facing. And then we support them in petition writing, if that is needed. We support them in terms of taking legal steps to stop what has been going wrong and to reverse it.
Now, we are going on a short break, very short break, and we will return and continue this conversation. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse, and we wish we had 2-3 hours to talk about this, but let's not keep quiet. Someone will be saying, okay, it's somewhere far away in Nasarawa State. Later, we'll get to talk about and ask questions. How does what is happening in Nasarawa State affect you that is in Lagos, or you that is in Ebonyi, or you that is likely going to Japa? Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are looking at the mining boom that is currently happening in Nigeria, and we are seeing and asking questions stemming from the environment and the devastation some communities are facing. So we are looking at those particular people and we are asking ourselves, who exactly is watching? It might not be your brother, but who is watching? It might not even be someone that you might ever meet in life, but exactly who is watching, and how do you think it's going to affect you? Because it affected Ogoni, it affected Rivers, it affected a whole lot of states in the Middle Belt, in the Niger Delta. Rivers are polluted all the way to the north from something that is happening hundreds of kilometers away. Now it is solid minerals. And our guest made a mention of a particular one that is being taken from the ground that most people might not really know. But lead is not just poisonous, lead is carcinogenic. And not just even to the child that is born, to the one that is yet unborn. But these are all minerals that will develop a nation, depending on what you use it for, or who you sell, or what you turn it to secondary or tertiary product after getting the raw materials. But how is this exploration done? And the host communities, which is where we are dwelling on today, how are they coping? My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I still have Mr. Philip Jackpot here, and I have Barrister Chima here, and we are talking. So should you. Now let's go back. Where should we direct advocacy to? To communities or to the activities themselves?
Well, I think our advocacy targets the government, and it is deliberate. None of these mining companies go into those communities without getting some license, federal, state level. So if they are to be sanctioned, of course, it is the same government that will sanction them. So our advocacy at that level on sanctions, of oversight, and things like that is at the government level. But the advocacy, like you rightly heard Barrister Chima also say, that we are doing at community level is to get people to be united, to speak with one voice. We start first of all with educating them. Sometimes the response of community people to this is either through violence, which will not address any problem. Sometimes, in fact, those violence is instigated so that the community can face military repression, and then for the miners, it is business as usual. We have seen it in oil and gas. We saw it in Ogoniland, where the people, for protesting against the despoilation of their environment, many were killed, many were hounded, and fled their community in the 90s, preceding the murder of the late playwright Kensara Wiwa. But for the oil companies in the Niger Delta, that is also a strategy. Once the people are displaced, once the people leave, it is business as usual. So we will never recommend community people taking to violence. But then systematic approach to challenging the impunity of these miners. And it starts first of all, and that is what we do, is education. The people have to report the state of their environment. The water used to be clean, but now it is no longer clean. And how did you determine that the water is no longer clean, or safe for consumption or other uses? Is through laboratory tests. The miners, the corporations involved in this business, they are systematic in trying to break down resistance. So you have to also be systematic in being able to document what they are doing to challenge them. Barrister Chima mentioned something about taking them to court. You take them to court.
Why we are being systematic in also addressing this issue? Let's also look at places where these things are, but they're not started exploring it. Barrister Chima, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Going from what Mr. Philip has said, let's look at communities where the discovery is there. They have the solid minerals, but exploration has not started. Nobody has brought in a digger, dynamite, or a shovel to dig one single strike. What lessons should they start taking from what is happening to other communities that have this issue now?
Well, I think it is something of, when you look at what has happened or what is happening to the others, you will remember that if you allow it come to your own community, the same fate will meet you. Even though some communities think that it is a blessing for them for resources to be extracted from their communities. But at the end of the day, when the stock is taken on cost and effects of such activities, the communities are more ripped off than they were before. So this is where the resource cost syndrome emanates from. And for us, we are thinking, and as we enlighten the people, is no, resist. Do not allow unknown extractors to come to your community. Even those that are licensed, both in the petroleum and the solid mineral sectors, those that are licensed are causing havoc and harm to the environment. What will be the fate of the people and their environment where illegal activities begin to occur? So for us, it is that, look, today we are talking of climate change, talking of climate impacts. And most of our communities are frontline communities that, because of such resource extractions that are taking place in their communities, they are dangerously exposed to impact of climate change. So we see flooding, carry babies, carry old men and women, carry houses, destroy farmlands, destroy fish farms, destroy people's source of livelihood, put people in penury, and nobody comes to their aid, not even the government. Because in some occasions, the government...
Why we keep this particular line and chain of thought, I want to also ask you this. This is where we always have issues when it comes to discussing things like this. Who should we hold responsible? At this point in time, who should I call? Should I say, okay, my state governor, you are responsible for this? Or those representing me at the National Assembly, or the oil company, or those chiefs, or Eze, or Emir, or Oba from my place? Who should we start holding responsible? Or the company themselves? Because we need to start pointing fingers. Who should we hold responsible?
Yes. Yes. As a starter, we should hold our government responsible and accountable to us. Because
there are people in government. So who is the person in government I should hold responsible?
In a state, you should hold the governor first and foremost, primarily, because he is the chief security officer of the state. And during campaign, he promised to protect and preserve citizens' rights. And when that fails to occur, means that the governor has compromised, and the members of the House of Representatives, Senate, House of Assembly, councillors that are representing the people have also failed. So, but you know, if you start from the head, it will make the legs and the hands to, you know, respond quicker. So if you start actioning against the local councillors or local government chairman or the House of Assembly members, leaving the governor, leaving the president, leaving the ministers, then it means that you will still be running round and round and round. And those perpetrators, they will come, they will flash document and say they have authority from above. Who is that above? So by the time you hold those ones, if our regulators regulate, if our executive executes, and our judiciary do the right thing, and our legislators, you know, why we don't talk so much about legislators is that in most cases, it's not because we don't have laws in this country. It is because that those that are supposed to execute those laws do not take us serious. So you see where the problem is. Now, if you go
why we look at where that problem is and look for how to solve it and keep talking about it, not just in our closed doors, but openly. Let's now ask ourselves this question. I'm coming back to the studio, sir.
Yes.
To what extent is this degradation, these communities that are losing lands, farms, and their means of income, what impact is it having on first their local economy and the national economy?
Well, for the local economy, people who have been blessed by nature, blessed by God, to have the resources that can transform not only their own local economy, but also the national economy, do not benefit from it. These things are carted away from their communities. Their rivers are polluted, their streams are polluted, their farmlands are ruined, their livelihoods destroyed, some deaths occur, no benefit. And then for the national economy, when the extraction going on at this level, at the community level, which is supposed to add to the pool, goes to the central purse, is not going there, but going to some private pockets or outside the country, then we will remain in this state of underdevelopment. It is as clear as that line. But unfortunately, in all this, there are just a few people, private people, who are benefiting from these things, and the generality of us are losers. Because, like I mentioned when we started this discussion, this nation is blessed. It's almost like God, in his infinite wisdom, dispersed natural resources to every part of the country. There's no part of the country that does not have one or so natural resource, especially solid minerals. Every part of the country. Now you could imagine if we had proper harnessing of these resources for the good of our nation. Nobody will be talking about just oil. We'll be talking about all the natural resources we have, and we'll all be better for it. Our people's life and well-being will be improved.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that's not the situation.
Let's also look at this now. With oil came a boom. With oil came land being lost. People that were gainfully in farming sector and farming, most communities were into that. They didn't even have land to farm anymore. Now we are having the same thing play out here. Lands are being lost. The pictures that you were showing us the other day, we saw, you couldn't even identify that this place used to be a farm before. To what extent are we seeing this contribute to food insecurity?
Oh, in fact, you've hit the nail on the head. Now, most of our people are subsistence farmers. They farm, they consume some of what they produce, and they sell to feed their families, to send their children to school. With these kind of illegal mining activities going on, with the ruination of their lands, it is affecting them negatively. And this whole thing translates, and it's not happening only in the north. In Enugu, coal mining is still going on. And most locals in the state don't know. They only know that every day trucks leave Enugu, head towards Onitsha. They don't know what is being conveyed. It is still happening. Limestone in Ebonyi State is happening. So it's just like it's a marketplace where everybody goes in, grabs, and disperses. That's what's happening. So the local people are worse off for it, because they are subsistence farmers and their environments are being ruined. So they are subjected to eternal poverty.
Okay. This is not the note we want to end on. And this is not the note we will end on. Now, let's turn these tables. Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you. Let's turn these tables. If you happen to be in the position of authority where you are telling us to hold people responsible, what will you do differently, like now?
Thank you very much. If I am in position of authority, the first thing I will do will be to enlighten the people. Enlighten them to understand the do's and don'ts, what they can do themselves to protect themselves, and what they can do when they cannot protect themselves by themselves, to get the ears of those of us that are in authority to hear and listen to them. Now, with enlightenment comes mobilization. A people mobilized who understands the issue and the reason why they should move will not sabotage the efforts. Okay? And practically, as a person in authority, I will have a listening ear, and I will place the citizens whom I am superintending over above the profits that anybody will make, including myself. Because once you are taking responsibility, you are placing yourself as a servant of the people, not for the people to serve you. Okay? So you serve the people will serve you in return. So we have all the crises and the troubles that we have in Nigeria today because those that we elect turned around to become lords and make us their servants, when they are supposed to be our own servants and we being their lords. So reverse becomes
because
the case.
We don't demand for justice, we don't demand for accountability. We are the ones that give them that particular right to do what they are doing.
Yeah. You are right, because if we do not make demands, they will continue to do whatever they are doing. And this is where we think that Nigerians coming out to protest against bad governance was a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and use this opportunity to tell those in government to release whoever had been arrested in connection with the protest, because that is a fundamental right.
While that plea of yours will still be heard, let's come back home, because I'm looking at the clock and we are almost out of time. Now let's come back to the presentation you made. Very, very few sentences. Now, the last part of it was talking about homes losing their younger girls to minors. or people coming in for business in this particular place. Now, is this a problem or an issue of moral decadence?
I won't use that word, moral decadence. Now,
were the younger girls taken from the home by force?
Well, look at the community that has been impoverished.
Okay, poverty, money,
there's no government presence,
okay.
no government presence, no hospitals, no schools, and you have mining merchants who come with expensive phones, who throw cash around, and you have these girls from these poor homes who are vulnerable.
Okay.
So they are victims of the system.
The younger ones
Yes,
are victims.
they are victims. So
of the system.
It's a vulnerability because of what the system has done to them.
Okay, now if you are within that particular community,
yes,
and you can't change things, what exactly will you do?
If I'm in the community and I can't change things,
and you can change.
I can change things.
Yes.
Well, just like Barrister Chima mentioned, the starting point is educating people.
Educating the parents, or the elders, or
parents,
the girls.
yes, the parents, because they are children, they are minors, they don't understand this language.
Okay.
But you see father, so we start with the parents, and then we target the traditional institution. What you are enabling in some cases is going to create a massive problem that the community will not even be able to carry later. I mentioned the issue of Bukuyum. When the mining activities were going on, some people were benefiting. Today, those communities are almost vanquished.
Everybody's on the run.
Everybody's on the run.
At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible?
Right now.
Okay. Barrister Chima, I'm also trying to end with you with this particular question. At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible? Be it the artisanal miners, be it the local miners, be it the foreign miners, be it the legal one and the ones that have a license. At what point in time should we start holding them responsible for excesses on the environment?
Of course, like yesterday. They should have been held responsible.
To everyone that has been part of this particular production today, we want to say thank you. To the crew behind the cameras and the control, we want to say thank you very much. And to our guests, thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Barrister Chima. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackpo, for coming.
Thank you, my brother.
Now, this is more of a closing. This is way shorter than a monologue. If we don't take care of this today, is that same monster that we will cry about tomorrow. It is our problem, and we must stand up and solve it. Every single person representing you, from the councillor to the local government chairman, to those in your state house of assembly, to those in the government houses in the state and the federal, hold them responsible. And to the one you see every day in your village, your Oba, your Kabiesi, your Eze, your Emir, in your community, if they are producing or exploring or mining, hold them accountable. Because if we don't do that now, you will definitely lose that land. If you don't lose it by force, you will lose it because it becomes unproductive. And we are responsible. Tomorrow, you will leave your community and look for another community to go and live. And there will be a problem because they won't let you, because the land there is not even enough in the first place. So we must secure our environment and take responsibility ourselves. My name is SOUQ. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like Dabat and Malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop This never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers, and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components, and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. You've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The United States of America, having seen 46 presidents in its history, is on the verge of electing a new leader. As a global superpower with one of the world's most stable currencies, America has enjoyed economic booms and led the way in innovations, among many other achievements. As fierce campaigns continue between the candidates of the Democrats Party Kamala Harris and Republican Party Donald Trump to secure the exalted seat of Mr. President for another 4 years, it is essential to take a look at some of those who have ruled the most influential nation of the world and how they did it. We begin with Bill Clinton.
The sights and sounds of this ceremony are broadcast instantaneously to billions around the world.
The 42nd President of the United States. His presidency was marked by a booming economy and landmark social reforms. Clinton's administration saw the longest peace time in the history of the United States of America. Under his leadership, unemployment dropped to its lowest levels in decades, and the federal budget balanced for the first time in 30 years. He also reformed welfare, expanding healthcare for children through the state's Children's Health Insurance Program, SCHIP, and signed the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which reshaped trade with Mexico and Canada. The 43rd President, George W. Bush, faced one of the most defining moments in modern American history, the attack of September 11, 2011.
What came down though? What came down? We crashed. The other trade center's down. It's down. It's down.
In response, Bush led the country through the war on terror, launching military campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq. While controversial, these actions aimed to dismantle terrorist networks and promote democracy. On the domestic front, his administration passed the No Child Left Behind Act, aimed at improving educational standards across the nation. In 2009, Barack Obama became the 44th president, breaking barriers as the first African American to hold the office.
And doubtful about what we can achieve, to put their hands on the arc of history and bend it once more toward the hope of a better day.
His presidency came during a global economic crisis. To stabilize the economy, Obama passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, pumping billions into the economy to save jobs and stimulate growth. His most enduring legacy, the Affordable Care Act, known as Obama Act, which expanded health care coverage to millions of Americans. He also oversaw the operation that led to the death of Osama bin Laden in 2011, marking a pivotal moment in the war on terrorism. Donald Trump, the 45th President of United States of America, brought a disruptive and populist approach to Washington. His administration focused on deregulation, tax cut, and reshaping America's trade relationships. In 2017, Trump passed the largest tax reform in over 3 decades, benefiting corporations and individuals. His administration also renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA, emphasizing American jobs and industry. Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and his contentious relationship with global institutions defined his final year in office. The current president, Joe Biden, inherited a deeply divided nation and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. His administration prioritized recovery and unity. Biden's American Rescue Plan provided historic financial relief to families and businesses. His administration also passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, investing billions in modernizing America's roads, bridges, and broadband. Biden has emphasized climate action, rejoining the Paris Agreement and making clean energy a core priority of his domestic agenda. 5 presidents, 5 visions, each leaving a unique imprint on the story of the United States. Through challenges and triumphs, their legacies continue to shape the nation. As the future unfolds, the journey of American leadership continues, ever adapting to the changing landscape of a complex world. Each of these presidents faced unique challenges and left their mark on history through a blend of policy, crisis management, and diplomacy. From expanding healthcare to reshaping foreign relations, these leaders helped steer the course of the United States in a rapidly changing world, shaping the future of generations to come. And so, the stage is set once again for a new chapter in American leadership. As the nation votes, it's not just a decision about the next 4 years. It's a choice that will resonate through history. Kayode Shokpekon reporting.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are saying is this machine, we have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that makes it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just with some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers have brought this taking it outside to do as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dull the market is, there are influx of and it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, Odisha people will say, Mara people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you will not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that it's outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on SOUQ News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi
Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Read my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, in this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
Where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I dey play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in SOUQ. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
no. He still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that, and normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, you get, maybe to chase other things, you get, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously no one does anything forever. But so how so you saw Alexi and you said this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
You learn that on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing, I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get, he's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right? Yeah. I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once. And after once, I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in SOUQ, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Shoyaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay,
Tejo Shoyaba.
With the people with
yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Solere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information it's privileged information, as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers,
yeah,
but we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount. Maybe 500, 200, 300K.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, you know, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently, frequently, is the Palms Mall. You get? I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall. And Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall. But I do Palms Mall frequently. You get me? For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate what I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they're always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, you get most of their workers in the management. Once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, you want you to come play for this person, I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say you come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole banner.
Sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too, so I just
so you just come through.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place, because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front. Yeah, the small gates.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I go
else.
It's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
I got 3 no's.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No, I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar.
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
No, every like
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please show us what Como Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the man don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I did not for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for nada. I did for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
It's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be there for so long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes.
I still play around about.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play in. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that I know creatives are crazy people. Passionate people are crazy people. Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the street, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came, she looked at him, she got out her phone, she recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give. Next thing let's hear something.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight, I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she not too tall, for real she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning, and I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. So many girls on my phone, but are you the first man? Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a granite bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Oh, baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Handsome Bar. Bye for now.